10th of September is World Suicide Prevention Day. And according to the World Health Organization, some 700,000 people commit suicide each year. And out of this number, some 20 people are also attempting to take their life, or millions of people also contemplating taking their life. Today, we'll be speaking to some members of the general public to express their views on the issue of suicide and their views about the law that criminalizes the act. We'll also be speaking to some survivors of suicide attempts and find their views regarding the law, their experiences, and their advice to people who may also be going through their situation.
Edmond, a 48-year-old businessman and commercial farmer, has attempted taking his own life not once, but 3 times. The reason? Frustrations due to what he describes as life's many failures. The divorcee and father of one attributed his actions to dejection following failures in his life and the many hardships he experienced.
You ever attempted suicide in your life?
Yes, please.
How did it happen?
Yeah, it's like out of purpose and then I'll say frustration. Simply because what I was expecting in life, I was not getting it. And I thought that if such situation should continue, then the best way is to end up my life. Actually, I sat down and I thought of it for about 3 days, and I took the action. I bought drugs, that's chemicals that I know that when I take it, I will surely die. So I mix it. To be honest, it was what we call DDT. I mix it with water and then I took it. But I don't know whether it is a miracle or what, it didn't work. And then 3 days later on, I bought another drug that they said is used for killing mouse. And that one, when I was about to take it, I had a call. And the person that spoke with me, I would say it's a God-sent person. After talking to me, I realized that it's like the person preached the word of God to me. So I took inspiration from what she said and I forgo it. And then the third one too, I tried. That one too, I took the drugs. And then the drugs did not work. So I would say all the occasions of attempting, I took the drug, I made the attempt, but they didn't work. So I would say I survived. My surviving is by miracle, or it is the work of God that keeps me still alive.
After carefully planning, Edmond acquired DDT, but after taking it on 2 different occasions, it didn't work.
After taking the medicine, I went to bed and I was expecting myself to die, but I didn't. There was no reaction like pains, like vomiting, screaming, so that somebody would even rush and then take me to hospital. No. So sometimes people don't believe me when I say I made an attempt of committing suicide.
How long ago was this, or were these incidents?
The last one was just 2019-2020.
And all these were due to hardships?
Hardships, economical hardships, and then the level of my life as compared my age and the things that I plan doing that are not being successful. Because I don't like to blow my own horn. I'm a hardworking guy, and I expect myself in terms of social level, I should be at a certain pedigree.
Tell us about your family life. Are you married? Do you have children?
I have 1 child, and I'm a divorcee.
Many people in Ghana try to end their predicaments by ending their lives. While some succeed, others, like Edmond, fail and have to continue living with their problems.
Would you say you've gotten over the issues that pushed you to the point of suicide?
Yes, please, and I'm ever ready to share my experiences with people, because I've realized that maybe what you are expecting today that you do not have, if you live tomorrow, you may surely get what you were looking for.
Auntie Kenny, one of such people, thought ending her life was the best way to escape her many debts. The 51-year-old food vendor, after being abandoned by her husband for giving birth to a deaf child, saw no help coming from any other place and decided to end her life by mixing DDT with salt and drinking it.
Misusu.
Senior. This second time, please.
All right. So she attempted suicide twice.
In Wawachi.
January. 51 years. Was his seller, and the age is 51 years of age.
All right. The
first one, I had a daughter with my husband, and there was also the child didn't able to speak. The husband left us in the Dalima.
Okay. And how long ago was this?
January, exactly about 10 years ago.
All right. So why did that situation force you to attempt taking your life?
There was no help from the practice place. I can't knock about like a little on board here.
Yeah, more make a name, Mamma Jim. Police of money for Lobby Baby and Mitivana. The sky will be the mother of you, like a monument.
Since my husband left me without anything, I borrowed a lot of items like rice, oil, and the rest to put on my business. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pay, so I was harassed by the police and the family that I owned. That triggered the suicide.
Okay.
They know me. They know me. DDT. Next, let them go. Don't need to. One of them is poor. Don't need me poor. Meaning high true hair. No, he had done this. No, he had been and I've been didn't give me to go. The white to go to my hand. Okay. So he banned me. In the
first instance, I mixed DDT with salt, and after taking it, I realized that I have a serious stomach problem, and so my landlord took me to Roma, where I comforted them that I took DDT, and then from there, after I recovered, I was taken back to my family house here. That's why I'm here today.
I report. Say,
the man reported the case to the police, but upon the realized that the police were fed arrest, he ran away. The landlord himself ran away.
Just a few weeks ago, Auntie Kenny, who has been facing numerous harassments from her creditors, tried taking her life again, this time by drinking bleach.
What happened in the second instance as well?
The same thing. Any Ghanaian for if a must marry you know him. Go here, you know, in a back, you know, in a back. That one again, I mean, you get too much. Needing a mogu. This sister who bewa, no go be. You need a man that put me the puppy. If me make a pia among any free looking back, which him. Keening a company. If I hear, laugh on the moon, a boom, a free. No, you get to learn.
In the second sense, I own a lot of people. If I'm eating, they are harassing me here and there. My auntie is also critically sick, and I have no help from any quarter. So I decided to take my life to stop all those occurrences.
Her brother, 40-year-old Stephen Ode Kwabla, confirmed Auntie Kenny's story. He says he has taken it upon himself to counsel her against repeating the act.
When I was caught by one of my auntie, that is my senior sister, that is my sister Kenny, took in some concussions. When I came, the whole family, even the whole town was gathered here. So it was in total coma. So we used our local remedy, that is the palm oil, to avert the situation. We worked for almost 30 minutes while I wasn't working. So we called a taxi to come and help us convey her to the hospital. So upon reaching the place, we realized that he's took him. That was when she regained consciousness. He confronted them. I took that is the name up or the name that is local alkasha and the mix of parazo. So from that, we realized like, Mr. How do you do this? Before he came up to me that these are the things that triggered her to do that. So from there, we were able to stabilize a little bit. And then the next day we were discharged. Since then, she has been okay. She has been normal now. And on my part, I've been advising her every day on the daily because I realized that I don't want to keep her isolated. I want to keep her company. So every morning I came to her, advised her, but financially I'm also constrained. You know, I have a family that I'm looking forward for, and so if there will be any help financially, and then psychologically, to that effect, I'll appreciate them most.
In Ghana, 1,500 cases of death by suicide are reported nationwide on a yearly basis. In each reported case of suicide, there is believed to be 4 unreported cases, summing the number of unreported cases to almost 6,000 yearly. The 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57 states, "Whoever attempts to commit suicide shall be guilty of a misdemeanor." But for survivors and their families, it is about time Ghana dropped this law, as persons who attempt suicide need counseling and solutions to their problems, not prosecution.
My country opinion is that that law should be in our good books of the land, because we love our lives, we live bad ones, and so if a person considers that kind of thought in his or her mind, that one should be catered for and be treated as such, as a sickness, and that need to be treated. So rather jail the person, you are adding more fire to the issue. So that law should be in our good books at all. Okay.
Apple.
He said it's against that law. Because since the person in difficulty, you need a support. If the support comes, then that will not be existence. So this should be criminalized.
I don't think that law, excuse my language, is meaningful and sensible enough. I'm saying this that because each and everyone that will have or would attempt committing suicide, per my background, I would say there is a spiritual thing behind it, because it's like something is urging you, something is pushing you to do it, either psychological and whatever. So it's like at the end of the day, the person rather need to be cancelled than rather you persecuting the person and putting the person in jail. I don't think somebody will just wake up, have whatever he wants in life and decide that I'm ending up my life. No, it's definitely something went on wrongly, and the person thinks that because of stigmatization, what people will say in society, maybe somebody might have committed a crime, and thinking that what I have done, what will people say about me if the thing happens and found out in the public domain. And in my situation, for instance, it is not a crime, but I found out that due to economical hardship and things that I was expecting in life, I was not achieving them. So if that be the case, let me kill myself, and at the end of the day I survive, and you decide to put me in jail because of I rather think that they have to give us counseling, and then maybe gather people that have made attempt and survive to come out and talk to people that are thinking or want to do similar thing. That all hope is not lost yet.
But what does the general public make of the 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57?
I think the law is there, but all those who have attempted to commit suicide, now we have not seen anybody who has been jailed. If people have been jailed, we have not seen the number being published. If the law too will be enforced, and also the social welfare people, as far as community organization, the civil societies will also come up and also move around the community, giving much education on suicide. It will also help people not to also go into that area.
I think the law will be fully enforced, or it will be beneficial to society if government is doing its part. It's like most people are ignorant, and then you cannot tell somebody that his personal decision shouldn't count because the person feel like he has tried all possible means, depending on the magnitude of the psychological trauma and the mental torture the person is going through. The person may not be able to withstand it, and therefore you feel like, or she will feel like ending it.
Asana be more problem. Konya baloko jika bonya ne jiko ya agbo. Keka abi more problem ka ono ko bina an mecha manaka o. Ni no ne bale han jiko ya agbo he. Ke mai amanye ma solve problem mo hamu. La sana mini abanye brought to bo ko lo adane agbo he. Na solve problem mo ka mo ko na se wo ne ba.
All right. So she's of the opinion that people who attempt suicide should rather be counseled, and then those whose situations are found to be mild should be punished for not dealing with them, but rather resorting to ending their lives. And those who are found to have genuine cases should be counseled and assisted in one way or the other. So you heard the views of some members of the general public and also some survivors of suicide attempts. To them, people who survived suicide attempts should rather be counseled in a law scrap rather than jailing them. From Odumase Kobo in the Eastern region, Michael Ubete for GhanaWeb TV.
I would like to think that having been an economist for so many years of your life, as an economist, the economist eye, what are some of the outstanding things you've seen, maybe just driving around in Nairobi?
What is very impressive when you get into Nairobi is just see the infrastructure. I think that it's very impressive infrastructure that you have. You see the businesses that are also all dotted all over the city, and of course you have significant industrial capacity in Kenya and one of the larger economies in the region. So I think it's quite impressive.
You came to represent the Republic of Ghana in the inauguration of the 5th President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. How was that event for you?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a successful event from my perspective and the perspective of Ghana. I think that the successful event that we witnessed today is not just a Kenyan success story, but it's an African success story, because whenever we have peaceful transitions of power from one to another peacefully, it is a success. We always remember the old days of difficult transitions, and so since we've embarked on this democratic journey, every step, every milestone is very, very important, and Kenya is one of the bulwarks of democracy on the continent. And so even though you had very interesting elections and very contentious elections and all of that, at the end of the day, the results were accepted. There was a successful transition and a successful inauguration of President William Ruto today. So it is an African success story, and so I am very happy about that.
I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah. When we're looking at Kenya and Ghana, mostly we know a lot about Ghanaian movies, Ghanaian music,
right.
But from a diplomatic point of view, what is the relationship right now between Kenya and Ghana?
Well, we have very good relations, and these relations date back from the independence days. We're two countries that obtained independence relatively early. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, and Jomo Kenyatta, your first president, were good friends, and they engaged in the independence struggle against the colonialists and came out successful and got our country's independence with their movements and so on. But I think that subsequently the relations between Kenya and Ghana have been growing. There's a sizable Kenyan community
yes.
in Ghana, and because of course of Kenya Airways, which has a direct flight from Accra to Nairobi, which is really the flight I came on and will be returning on tomorrow. There's a lot more commercial links now between Kenya and Ghana.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned Kwame Nkrumah. I do remember I was not born yet, but I remember there's this vision he had of having the United States of Africa.
Yes.
And we have policies geared to kind of make Africa a free trade region.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a vision we can still kind of imagine for Africa? And what are some of those challenges limiting us to get there?
I think, in a sense, people like Nkrumah were a bit ahead of their time in terms of the vision that they had. And I think that in those days, the leaders of Africa were generally of that view that we needed to cooperate, we needed to be united, and all of that. And I think this is today manifesting itself in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the idea that we've created a free trade area, the largest free trade area in the world. And this is because it is important that African countries trade amongst ourselves, because our trade has largely been with our colonial masters in terms of the pattern of trade. And you know, the more we trade amongst ourselves, we believe that the more jobs can be created and all of that. And I think that it is an idea whose time has come. Ghana is, of course, hosting the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area. And so we are very, very passionate about it. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity and potential for us to realize it. You talked about bottlenecks that could be there in that. And I think that in the area of trade, the linkages in terms of logistics and transportation will be key bottlenecks. One of the areas where we had thought was a major bottleneck was in terms of payments and settlement. But recently, a few months ago, I launched the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which was backstopped by Afrexim Bank, working in collaboration with the central banks, and that allows someone from Kenya to buy something in Ghana in Kenyan shillings, and you don't have to worry about, you know, buying a third currency like the US dollar to then trade. You can trade in your local currency. That's a major innovation, really major. And I think that will help us bridge the gaps that we have in the payment and settlement area. So, you know, it's important that we open up the skies for air flights across the continent. There should be an open skies policy and all of that. And we need to build up the infrastructure links, you know, across rail and road across the countries. But I believe that we have the opportunity to make it happen. The dreams of the Nkrumahs and the Kenyattas and so on in the early 60s, late 50s, I think are ones that we have the ability in our generation to realize that potential.
And as we're talking about trade, we know that most of the trading in our continent currently has been affected by inflation currently in our country, something that has also been really affected by COVID-19, which hit the entire globe from 2020. How is Ghana dealing with these challenges?
Yes, I think that you are quite right. The cost of living across the world has just increased phenomenally. And this, I mean, is coming on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, which really disrupted global supply chains and increased shipping costs almost 10 to 12-fold. And just when we thought we were recovering, then you had Russia and Ukraine come on top of that, and then you had this major increase in energy costs as a result, and food prices. And, you know, so it has affected virtually every country. And Ghana has been no exception, and I'm sure Kenya has not been an exception either, because food prices and energy prices have gone up, and they have inflationary consequences and exchange rate consequences, and they've really squeezed budgets in that respect. Of course, in Ghana, we're trying to deal with it in this context of very squeezed and tight budgets. On the monetary policy side, the central bank is trying to contain inflation through their monetary policy. There have been a number of interest rate increases to try to contain the situation. Government continues to offer free senior secondary school education to our citizens, which has also continued to lessen the burden on families in terms of costs of living. Otherwise, without it, it would have been much worse. But ultimately, you deal with this crisis by expanding your production. If it's a food crisis, then we need to increase food production. And that is how we want to tackle it in Ghana. The energy side is a little bit more difficult since we are net importers of oil, and that we are taking things really at the dictates of the international market. So we're hoping that sooner or later the Ukraine crisis will abate and bring down energy prices for all of us. But I think that government is continuously looking at ways to deal with it.
Something else, it's really good that we had this opportunity to speak to you as an economist, and not just an economist, someone who's renowned globally. I think most people don't know that you have worked for the Central Bank of Ghana, you have been recognized in the United States, and just literally across Africa. And I just wanted you to let me know, the current president, William Ruto, he won on the economic model of the bottom-up economic model. So he's bringing in the local traders and the youth. As an economist, what do you think about this particular model, not just for Kenya, but for the broader African continent?
Yes, thank you very much, Judah. I think the bottom-up economic model is just a model of inclusiveness. So you are looking for inclusion. And I think that that is fundamentally a good model to go. If you, what you have seen in Africa since independence is you've had development without inclusion. So you get to a stage after 50, 60 years of independence, and then you are like, look, so many people don't even have a bank account. So many people, don't have access to electricity. So many mothers in villages die when they are giving birth because they don't have access to blood supply, and so on. So many people are excluded from the economic system. So if you are trying to transform an economy, you cannot transform it on the basis of exclusion, because that substantial population would be amongst those who are excluded, and they will operate in the informal sector largely. So I think that the idea that President Ruto has about a bottom-up model in terms of development is a good one. And I think it's one that many African countries should be emulating if they are already not doing so. I
think back in the early 2000s, I know that Ghana's inflation was at around 40%.
Yes.
And through your efforts, and obviously the efforts of other people, it came back to around 10%.
Yes.
What other tips would you have for, for leaders in this continent to do the same?
But okay, I mean, we were able to bring down inflation, but inflation has also gone up again with the recent increases in food prices and fuel prices. Our inflation now stands at 31%, and so on. But I think fundamentally you need good mix of fiscal policy and monetary policy. Inflation ultimately is a monetary phenomenon, but it's the fiscal that can really drive the monetary side of it. So if you can work to make sure that your balances on the fiscal side are not excessive, right? Your deficits are not excessive. It's like that you don't have to resort to monetary financing of that deficit to then create pressures on prices. Then you are able to contain inflation. We implemented an inflation targeting framework, one of the few countries in Africa at the time to do inflation targeting, and it has proven very successful. But of course, that alone is not sufficient. You have to look at the output side as well to make sure you increase production and productivity so that your supply side is also supporting the monetary policy.
During your time as Vice President, the government has also worked hard to put in place a digital agenda in Ghana. How does that translate to the economic value for the people of Ghana? And why would that also be something all countries in Africa should work towards?
Yeah, thank you very much, Judah. I think that it is true that in Ghana we have really focused and we are pursuing digitalization as an economic strategy. Yeah. When you look at the world and the way the global economy is moving, you've had your first industrial revolution and second. I mean, we are now in a fourth industrial revolution globally. Yeah. And it is a revolution which is a digital revolution. It is a revolution that is based on data and systems. You know, if you are an economy in this world and you don't digitalize, you are going to be left behind. And Africa has been left behind for too many of these periods. And so I believe, and it is very, very important, that digitalization is a key for African countries to leapfrog, in fact, many of the advanced economies. But we digitalize not for its own sake. Mm-hmm. It's not the technology, but you digitalize to solve problems. You digitalize to solve problems. And so we're pursuing digitalization to formalize the economy, to build a more inclusive economy, to deal with corruption, and to provide services to our people very efficiently from the government side, right? So you look at these pillars and you're saying, look, a lot of people are excluded from the economy. You don't even know who is who. So you do digital IDs for your people. So you have unique identities for everybody. Once you have unique identities for everybody, you solve a lot of problems. You cannot have ghost workers on the public payroll, right? Because a ghost cannot have a fingerprint, right? So you solve that problem, right? You have unique identity. You soon solve voter issues, like who gets on the voter register. How can you put names on the voter register that don't belong? If there is a unique identity, you can't. You can't. So you solve that problem. We had an issue of address systems in Ghana, an effective address system where you can have an address for every location, whether it's on water or land, whether it's a mansion or a shack. We need addresses because you need to know where your people are. Now, we have therefore decided to go digital. And so Ghana now has a digital address system. Every part of the country, land or water, mansion or shack or wherever, has a unique digital address, which we have ruled out in the country. It solves a big, big problem because even in terms of e-commerce, if you want the delivery of food to your house and you don't have an address, it becomes a problem, right? So with rolling out the digital address system, we are solving a lot of problems. Directions to places, because when you go and apply for a job, they ask you, what is your address? And all of that, so you really solve. Then you talk about financial inclusion. We decided to do mobile money interoperability. It's not just interoperability between the telephone companies, say between Vodafone and Airtel or Tigo, whatever, but interoperability between the mobile wallet and the bank account. That is a different type of interoperability. And so we've done that in Ghana, which means that everybody that has a mobile money account practically has a bank account. And so we are solving that problem of a lack of financial inclusion by doing this type of interoperability. We were the first country in the continent to do so. And it means that today it's very, very easy for anybody to open a bank account in Ghana. Very, very easy. You have your national ID card, you get on your mobile phone, and then just dial a USSD code, choose one of the banks, and off you go. You've opened the bank account because with the national ID, they have all the KYC they need on you. You don't need to go to the bank, fill any forms and all of that. It is done. You see what I mean? Today you can sit at home, buy your electricity units on your mobile phone. You can find out which car has, insurance or not, just dialing a USSD on your mobile phone. You can apply for virtually all the government services online, pay online. It makes life easier for our people. So we are pursuing digitalization and then integrating the databases. You don't want the databases to sit in silos. And so by integration of the databases, you then get the value out of the digitization process. So you will be able to tell. And one of the added things that we will get is domestic revenue mobilization. Because you'll be able to tell who has paid their tax, who hasn't paid their tax, and make it easy for people to file taxes digitally, and all of that. So I believe that digitalization is the way for African countries to go. And we are pursuing this, and we are using it to solve problems and actually leapfrogging over many advanced countries in this area. I mean, a lot of people seem to think that African countries cannot be ahead of the advanced countries. My view is very, very different. In fact, in this area, we are leading the way. For example, Ghana, in the area of drones for the delivery of medical supplies, blood, vaccines to poor areas. We have implemented drones. Rwanda started it, but we today are the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, the whole world.
Impressive.
Yeah, we have drones flying all over the country. Each center is doing at least 100 flights a day, delivering medicines and so on. This is technology, and we can use those technologies to solve problems. By the way, I found out about this in Silicon Valley, and I said, look, this is more, would be more useful to us, and we should implement it very quickly, and which is what we did. You should take technology and use it to solve problems, and I think that this is what we are doing. And so digitalization can reduce corruption. People can apply for a passport without going to pay a bribe, can apply for a driver's license without. You're helping the poor. You're helping the marginalized, the vulnerable, those who don't have connections. Those are the people you help with digitalization. So you reduce corruption. And that is where I think we can increase productivity, create jobs. So many people are, selling on the internet now, because there's an address system and their payment system also. People can pay with their mobile money, as here in Kenya. And, so Africa is actually leading in many of these areas globally.
It's really interesting, particularly you putting that digitization is not just for the sake of it, but having it find solutions.
That's right.
And looking at the enthusiasm you have about everything you're talking about, and I just went through your portfolio, everything you've done, and from the time you're studying at Oxford, and I'm like, do you ever get time to rest? Because I know as Vice President, you're currently sitting in different boards. I also believe you're consulting for the Central Bank of Ghana.
Well,
when do you rest?
Well, basically, I think that actually my wife also asked me that question. Do you ever rest? Because I enjoy what I do, and I do, of course, find time to rest. But the problems are so many, and I'm trying as much as possible to help my boss deal with a lot of these problems, because you inherit them, and you have to find solutions. And for me, that is why I'm in politics, right? Just to make sure you can help people solve problems.
Yes.
And that is so. I always say that maybe I'll rest later when we are done with more. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Ghana will be having general elections in 2024.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure many Ghanaians are fronting your name to be the successor of the current president. Am I right? Are you working towards that as well?
Well, I think right now I'm just focused on helping my boss, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, fulfill his vision and deliver on his agenda. We don't really have too much time for thinking about 2024 right now. I think that, if you get to 2024 and you don't have a record, you will have nothing to campaign on. So right now, we are focused on that, and we don't know what the future holds, but we'll focus on the work for now.
And lastly, as an economist, your main job is finding solutions, particularly on economies. And one of the biggest problems we're having in the country is having leaders who, it's not that they're not working, but they're diagnosing the problem wrongly.
Right.
How do you advise leaders? Right now we are moving into a new government in Kenya. How do leaders move forward to find better solutions to problems?
Well, I think that it's a difficult question in a way for me to advise other leaders, because they can also advise me. You know, but I think that as in many issues to do with the economy, the solutions are not really rocket science. In a sense. It's about diagnosing the problem in the first place. If you misdiagnose, you will treat it, and you will not medicate properly, and you'll definitely maybe worsen the problem. So understanding the problem, talking to people who are experts in the field. You don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field as a policymaker, but you can speak to the experts in the field and get their views on these problems, but you have the sense to say, okay, this is good advice, I'm going to follow it, and then see how it goes. But I think that we should be consultative in how we approach issues, and listen to advice from the experts.
And maybe, is there any goodwill message to the current president, President William Ruto?
Well, I just met him earlier today. It's just to congratulate him for his victory and his inauguration. I just want to wish him very well. This is a major task, a major burden, but I know that God will see him through. He's a very smart man. He's been vice president for a while, so he knows what to do. And so we're praying for him, and we're wishing him the very, very best. And we are looking forward to what he does for Kenya.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Ebra no ka che me say interview you know mo frɛ wo mo e wo kekus anto to de ewu a wo de be kɔ no kokoto na mbisa o ko dwom kototo nko no ni ade no de bae na bi o Spain no de bag bi de pere no ni ma kakra no yi sa bag no ko bo ni ma gu mu ya de chi na pa no abekra me ante me kwabo si you aso oni nyame nko nyame ni wani emfa nko nti o san koduru kumase ni sister penny o san koda ho anadwo no ekuara anadwo no san frem san tema beduru kumase o ni sister Doris nyame ya adom a e kira no pa mekọ kekus no na Doris no san frem sante me de aso akotena kekus ka mu na ma ba ki me sin akọ adwuma ni sister no so ye adwuma manchia hospital na wona ko ye adwuma ti akora no ko ye na me ne ka chire no de odi ono aso na chi ya fra ya wada no ya fra aso mfa ti me da na me wakura ase na Doris no ni ya peni Doris no san fra me anti ma fra aso abre aso mfa na besumungu so Alex no mo fra kwam de odun mu nyina na aka kire o so mu nua ba no ye fra wo mfa nti o mo so mo mfre na Alex no so oni odi biase ye adwuma nti ho na obo mama ne na we afre de sabaye o se hwan ye no afre aso phone no abedi mi ho ne bag na ye twira yi no wi aye ba no na aso na oye no ho o prepare me ho o prepare se de ade bi akomi asi no so ti aso phone no bag no e wo me nchen ni esi yo na me papa me ne tie no o kwa yie papa ba anwumere no e be frɛ mo e pem nde ne na wotwe mi nu a we can yen frɛ asɔkɔ no afsɔ yen frɛ no mafada ti some bi na frɛ me Kumase no ka kyerɛ me sɛ oba no ma hwehwɛ no ma hu no na mum bisa sumasi mum bisa ne sister kunu no asɔ ɛwɔ no mum bisa no so na ne kan nyame anim na ye tiama me na me nsusu sɛ abrante ele bɛyɛ sɛ adwuma sɛ ye fa ba bia ɛsɛ wɔ no no ne no ɔmo tetɛ no na me ba soja ni no sɔre a ɔsɛ ante bi nda fie ebi mu na me da me tetɛ no ya ma nra benada si juada no se benada no na ɔmo so ɔmo kɔ kekuso kura hɔ no na mankas kekuso no mo kura hɔ chi Doris mpana no ɔmo chi no na ɔmo de hanka no bɔ no nsa ɛna ɔyɛ akonta na me ba no so ka kyerɛ sɛ wo akonta na ɛyɛ me fidi me so kɔ hɔ no hwi na so mienu hwi na sam asum ka akonta no asa komba kwa ama no na saa ta mama nya de hanka no abɔ no nsa akɔ na chi ɔmo de no kɔ kekuso na ɔnya kekuso ɔmo anya kɔ rɔto atubunto ɔmo de no kɔ hɔ prison wɔ ne no ade akyiye enura ɔda mu ade akyi no ɔmo sɛ wo si akɔra no ebisa wo si akɔra no wɔ hɔ police station ɔno nkyɛn na ɔmo ne police fo no san kɔ ɔsi wɔde na kɔma wɔ hene bi wɔ mankasim na ɔmo san ne papa no no kɔ ɔmo kɔ mankasim ɔkɔ kyerɛ ba bi a asɔ wɔ hia wo si yanya ku no yaku asɔ na ɔmo so waku no a ɛhe na wo sie no masie ne he ne yehunu
enti de kokoti awia no fra no sɛ yɛsi yaku de ofase no ɛdi na kwa mankesi kyɛ sɛ yase no na di ayi akɔfa ayi ofase no ɛkɔtɔ no ma obi wɔ mankesi yɛsi na nabi na crack na ɔdi no ɔkɔtɔ no ma no kun no tu amana de ne hyɛ ne dan ɛwɔ ne fie ya men chade ye so ye yasi ni mu no ɔka sɛ o mankesi o na nabi hɔ o mo kɔya o mo wi no kura ne branch yi so ja woni na mu akɔnya yasi ne chi no no pɛya na me frɛ me kra pɛ no design se na so far de na ɛkɔ also okay aposi for kyerɛ sɛ de amu na ayɛ no ɛsi ebesi no nti ye brothers ni bi mo ɛkɔ ayi cemetery ɛkɔ akɔpɛ ne krabea ɛkɔ akɔtu amana na yɛde ne ba ɛkɔpɛ ne krabea ɛwɔ hɔ ɛne na busua egu so yɛ ho santoto no
Friends with benefits. Oh, no strings attached. And I assure you, the strings will attach.
A lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward.
The point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike. Okay. If not, talk about it.
You agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the Temamoto way at 100 kilometers per hour.
Making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals. Right there.
Invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Ministry of Information. This is just another arrangement for our special Meet the Regional Ministers series. And as promised, we've brought the Ahafo Regional Minister, the Ashanti Regional Minister, the Bono Regional Minister, and today we have the Eastern Regional Minister. He is here today to give us updates on infrastructure, education, health, and very important sectors like agriculture and tourism. I know we are in capable hands, so he's going to touch on so many important developments in the region, and then we'll come to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. But before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us today. With us, we have the regional directors from the Eastern Region RCC. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have regional directors from the feeder roads, urban roads, and the highway authority in the Eastern Region. We have with us regional director of Agric, Mr. Henry Crensel Jr. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the MCE for New Drabin South, Honorable Apau Jesse. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us is MCE for Lower Menya Krobo, Honorable Simon Kweku Tete. Honorable, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the MCE for Yilo Krobo, Honorable Eric Tete. We are also joined by the DCE for Achimansa District, Honorable Paula Samoa. With us also is the DCE for Achiase. He also doubles as the National Dean of MMDCEs, Honorable Richard Amponsa. We are joined this afternoon by the Acting Regional Coordinating Director, Mr. John Ahunudonko. Chief, we acknowledge you. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a politician, legislator par excellence, who is also the Regional Minister for Eastern Region, Honorable Seth Kwame Champon, with us this afternoon. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'll yield the podium to the Honorable Minister for his substantive presentation, and we'll come and take your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, my only sister, Fatima Abubakar, my colleagues, MMDCs who are with us here, our Regional Coordinating Director, Directorates, Directors from the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council, permit me to do a short prayer for the first time. Today is Sunday, and I pray to God that all of you have clear ears to listen to us, so you see the goodness the Lord is doing in the life of the people of the Eastern Region. We thank God for granting us this day. We say this through Christ our Lord. Amen. This presentation will be purely based on what His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, since he was given the mandate to govern this good republic of ours, through his team, we have achieved in the Eastern Region. And I must say that it is strictly on some selected sectors of the economy. A lot has been achieved. If we were to run that, the time allotted us will not be able to carry out our duties. So our presentation is premised on roads, social services as in education and health, agriculture, and tourism. Since 2017, that we took office, I wish to give a little background of the Eastern Region. The Eastern Region, as we all know, has the second largest number of districts in Ghana. And several interventions in respect of policies and programs within the sectors as enumerated above has been undertaken. And like I said, this impact on the economic, the social and environment, as well as governance of the people. The objective of this media briefing is strictly to inform ourselves, the good people of this country, primarily the people from our region, and the media, our best friends, government policies and programs and projects so far. The scope is on Eastern Region since 2017, as I said earlier, and like what I have quoted. We are a region which sits on a 19,323 square kilometers. And by this, I say we occupy 8.1% of the landmass of the Republic of Ghana. On the east, we are bordered by the Volta region. On the north, we have Ashanti region and Bono East region. And on our west is only Ashanti region. And the south, we have Greater Accra region and the Central region. So your guess is as good as mine. And this comprises of 33 assemblies. 15 out of us is purely municipalities, and we have 18 district assemblies. We have one of the best traditional systems in Ghana, and we have 11 paramountcies in the Eastern region. So when it comes to culture, we don't stay away. We are fairly distributed on the ground. By demography, the statistics of the Ghana Statistical Service in its last census, we were 2,633,154 in the year 2010 when the last but one census was held. There was a projection that we were supposed to grow by 2.1%. When the last census was held in 2021, we had grown only by 1%, and it was a cause of real worry to us. So we, per our understanding and per what we see on ground, realizes that indeed the Ghana Statistical Services needs to relook into her enumeration. And we have by that administratively communicated same to them in protesting that the numbers that it gave us is not the right numbers. We are expected to have been around 3,317,403 per the projections from 2020, per the projections from 2010, if we were to grow by 2.1%. As a result of that, the current statistics give us a 49.1% for female in our population and a male of 50.9%. And our urban population is 51.4%, and the rural population is 48.6%. I'm sure you see on the screens the beautiful map of the Eastern region representing the various assemblies that we have. As I said, we're starting with roads. On roads, we have a total road network of 7,147.79 kilometers. So far, out of this road network, we have awarded for contract a length of 5,404.79 kilometers. And we have fully completed 1,487.62 kilometers. This comprises of the three agencies under the road sector, i.e. urban roads, feeder roads, and the Department of, and the Ghana Highway Authority. Under urban roads, we have seen some rehabilitation works, and we have achieved 101 kilometers of roads under the road fund, an asphaltic overlay of 100 kilometers under the road fund, and we have maintained 5 kilometers under cocoa board, totaling 206 out of a planned length of 941 kilometers. It is worthy to note that when we took office in 2017, the region had a kilometer length of urban roads at 145 kilometers. And so when we look at what we have added since 2017 at 206 kilometers, we have gained 142% of increment in respect of urban roads infrastructure. A breakdown is as we find on the screen. We've done roads in Ekropon, we've done roads in Nkoko, we've done roads in Etiwa East and West, we've done roads in Brim Central, we've done roads in Efijase, we've done roads in Koforidua, we've done roads in Chebi, all of it. That gives us the 206 kilometers, as I stated in my summary earlier. We have done some asphaltic overlays as well in most of our municipalities. And here, these are Koforidua and Efijase towns, the Buakwa South, Ekropon town roads, Pediatric town roads in the Kwapem South municipality, and Suhum town roads. We have also done some in Brim Central, which is Achimoda in particular, then Chembo of Akwetia, Asamankese West Achim, and Etiwa West. And here we are glad to report with some pictorials, as you may see. This, as is being rolled, you find town roads in Kade, in Koko, Okre, Suhum, Enyinem, Kwabe, and these are all urban roads infrastructure so far. Since 2017, government is able delivered to the people of the Eastern region. I dare say that under urban roads, we've built some bridges, and that is also there for us to see clearly there. We've done some 2-number check bridge modular steel at the Efijase, Asokore, and Chebi in the Ebuakwa South municipalities. Work is ongoing, and these we can report from the engineers that we have worked up to 65% of physical progress. And the pictures show thereof. I want to move from urban roads to feeder roads. And under feeder roads, it is worthy to note that we have a planned road network that we have already started work on at 4,034.44 kilometers. And so far, we have fully paved 440.8 kilometers of feeder roads, and under the road maintenance section, we have done 246 kilometers of road network, and in total we have achieved a 686.38 kilometers of feeder road network in total. And it is worthy to note that as we took office in 2017, the road kilometer network within the feeder roads department in the region was 165 kilometers. As we speak, improving it up to 686.38 kilometers give us a 167% of increment. We have truly and indeed improved on our road networks. The region has an elaborate road network, and it is clear from the following slides as we see. Tinkon among from roads have been done 100% completion. Asamai Lakpa Achichieso roads, Koufudwa Onyemso roads, Nkoko Domiabra roads, Brikumanso Damai roads, Bunsu internal roads. The next slide will show us some routes of the Suhum Nankese, Nkatikwai Junction to Obotumpai, Mangwase Akrabu roads, Ofwasi to Akukwasu roads, Mamishenso Tetenkwanta Amanase, Kwautafo Ankuma roads, Kwautafo town roads, Kwaun Saba Akadewaso, phase 1 has been done. Kwaun Saba Akadewaso phase 1, yes, has been done. Okumeni Akukwaso is also been done. Chia Akukwaso, all these roads are roads that have been achieved under His Excellency the President of the Republic within the time Ghanaians and the good people have allowed him to lead us. The slides demonstrates clearly what we have achieved. Ebitifi Town Rose, Dwenase Abompe, Chebi, Akoko, Ekuase, Subrisu, and Tronai roads, Pipiasi, Bukurua, Kwautafo, Akote, Obodo, Obomidenswa, Awenade, from Kese, and Pankese, all have been affected. And I'm happy to exhibit these images for you to see. We have Suhum Nankese clearly out there. Ayiribi, Asaba Bidia, Ekropon Labikrum, yes, Ekropon Labikrum, yes, that one we have done it as well. Mangwasi Kukua, Akrabo, Amenshia, we have done all of them. And they are pictorials to show us. I mentioned in Katekwai Junction to Obotumpai, which I want everybody to know that the times that I used to tread on those roads when I was a young man, it was not even engineered. So it was even worse off than a farm track. But under His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the people of Obotumpai and its environs today have seen bitumen. The Federal Roads Department is also seeing some steel bridges which has been well constructed and some are ongoing. We have some Belgium steel bridges. We have some done at Achimansa, Kwagu South, New Durban South, Akroso, Asene Manso. All these areas have seen useful bridges. And I must say that today our farmers and our commuters are able to cross our river bodies easily to go and sell their farm produce and return safely home. I want to move on to the Ghana Highway Authority. On our highways, so far we have fully done a planned and awarded 866.35 kilometers of road network, and we have achieved 595.24 kilometers of road network, representing a 68.71% of road planned length achieved by fully paving them. We have it in the breakdown as a reconstruction 301.07, rehabilitation 110.37, partial reconstruction 170.09 kilometers. And I dare say we have truly served our people, but there is more to be done. We are still working at them. If you go by the statistics, you realize that Koforidua, Asiswa, Abosu roads, Osiem Begro Empemu roads, Nkrakai, Edukrom Trum Junction roads, and then Edukrom Trum road is all being seen improvement by the Ghana Highway Authority. Suhum Asamankesi road, Kwabing Ekropon road, Ekropon town roads, Ekropon Pramkese, Adankrono roads is all been affected, and you can see the statistics clearly there for us. Kwabing Abomusu, Esiom, Subi, Kade, Achimda, Achiase, Amanfupon, Achim Swedro, Achimodan of Wasikuma, Etibie paragliding road, all of it has been undertaken by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Since paragliding started under His Excellency President John Ejikum Kufuor, it is President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo who have found it important to tar the road for us, fully engineered, and we are grateful to him. The pictorials are clear for all of us to witness, and so I move on to show you what we have done from Begro to Impemu. It has never seen bitumen. Today we find bitumen on these roads, and we thank the Highway Authority engineers who are so bold to encourage us to do what we have to do. Similarly, Kwabing Abomusu, beautiful bridges have been built. It is there for all to see. Kwabing Abomusu Esiom Road, 1.4 kilometers, was so much badly a road we couldn't work on. But today, we can cross Bremu and cross it comfortably. And this is the good works of His Excellency the President of the Republic. The slides are there for all to see. They say evidence is clear with us. You can see in price of Onyemso, it is a very long road, but today it's being improved. Since I was born, it's never seen any fault. But today, under this administration, we are tackling it all the way from Impraiso to Onyemso. The statistics follows. You see it clearly. What we are using cocoa roads. If you go to Cocoa Research Institute at Bunso, we have tarred all their compound for them. Kukrentumi Junction to Kukrentumi Tafu roads under construction. Same at Wejiri Adesu Road, Adesu Town roads by Cocoa Board. We have done them. Access to their warehouse, we've done it. Apega Chebi Bunsu roads phase 1 and 2 completed. These are all partial reconstructions that we have been able to achieve. Adesu Asamankesi Dome Abubri Road, Kwiano Achiansa Road, Asamankesi Osenasi Akwetia roads, Nkwetia Town roads, Impraiso Town roads. I want you to show the slide so that people will see clearly that we have this evidence appropriately so made. Rehabilitation, slide 70. And this is clear. I'm so happy when I saw the Okoina Bridge, beautifully done by the Ghana High Authority under His Excellency the President. This is the road that takes you from Akuse to Somanya. A beautiful bridge, fully constructed, 100% complete. We thank the President and his visionary team, helping Ghana to improve the infrastructure base of the economy. Please roll the slides so that they will capture it decently and they will see for me. Adankrono, Eshem, Akroso, Odan Road. This was a very bad road. When I was sent into the region, after taking over from my senior brother, Eric Kwachida, for the former regional minister, I couldn't even travel on that road with my vehicle. But today, we are seeing bitumen on this road, thanks to His Excellency the President. We have also helped some schools improve on their compounds. One is the Seventh-day Adventist College of Education, their internal roads in Asokore, and then Obome Bypass, we have also done that one. That we haven't completed, Obome Bypass, we have completed it fully, and we have upgraded most of it for the schools. So students are enjoying the training college in Asokore. This road was started by His Excellency President John Ejekun Kufuor. And when NDC took office, they called it the Gang of Four. This is the NSIS. Exiting from Amasamai and entering Sapema into the Eastern region. It takes off from Kwafu Krum to Apija Junction. This administration has seen to it that it's been dualized. And the evidence is there for all to see. When we walk our talk, we want people to see the evidence. I'll move on to social services. I think I've done enough of the road infrastructure, but we still have a lot of road network because the region, like I said earlier, is very well elaborate in terms of road network because of the nature of our region. If you look at how our boundary is stretched and how we are spread on the south of Ghana, you can tell by yourself. I want to zoom to education and show what we have done in education. So far, through the able leadership of His Excellency the President in introducing the free senior high school, enrollment from basic into senior high school and TVET has moved beyond astronomical numbers in the region. Public schools today have an enrollment total figure of 744,652, and private schools have 206,274 In total, we have 950,926 pupils and students in both private and public schools, almost 1 million from basic, that is kindergarten, to SHS and TVET. And we have improved in the number of schools. We have gone in public schools up at 5,239 and private schools 3,100, and in totality 8,339 schools. The Free Senior High School increased in enrollment from the 2016-2017 academic year to the 2020-2021 academic year, which we all know of, have seen an increment of 46.12% in the region. The table is clear and the numbers are evident for all to see. In infrastructure, I can say we have equally done the needful for that social sector. This is an evidence of a dormitory for the boys, a 2-story dormitory block at Akroso in the AMA District Assembly. At SEM, we have a 12-unit classroom block from the Manya Krobo Senior High School, which is also exhibited out there on the screens for us to see. If you come to Ibuakwa State College, you have a state-of-the-art 2-story 12-unit classroom block as well, fully exhibited nicely there. A 15-unit classroom block at Ukuapeman Senior High School in the Krupon on the mountains. We have a 14-unit classroom block at Bepon Senior High School on the Kwao Mountains. 3-story dormitory with an 18-seater WC and bath at Nkwetia Senior High School, still on the mountains. Uforipeni Senior High School is also seeing a 12-unit classroom block. We have completed a girls' dormitory at Achim Swedro. We have equally done same an assembly hall for the same school. We have done a completed science laboratory at Airebi Senior High School. We have at St. Martin's a very beautiful 24-unit classroom block as well. And when you come to Achimasafo, equally we have a 12-unit classroom block beautifully built there. We come to Koforidua, our regional capital, at Pentecost SHS, a 15-unit classroom block beautifully constructed there. An 8-unit emergency dormitory at Koforidua Senior Technical School is also been done. Akokwasu Senior High School has seen a 2-story classroom block as well as a girls' dormitory fully completed by this government. If you come to the new Dwabin North Municipality, Oyuku Methodist SHS, a 16-unit dormitory block fully completed. Same municipality at Efijasi, a 12-unit classroom block for the Ghana Senior High School. A completed assembly hall for the Krupon Blind. And Ebri Girls is also seen a completed teachers' quarters for them as well. I'm here to report to you that STEM education is one of the major programs and policies this government embarked upon under the educational sector. And under that, Eastern Region is proud to report that in 2019 and in 2020, our Manfi girls won the World RoboFest competition, and we say Ayuko to them. They did not just end it there. Manfi girls also came third at the Renewable Energy Challenge organized by the UNDP. And the Brew Girls is currently participating in the first Global Challenge International Robotics Competition this year in Geneva, Switzerland. And we have fully completed a state-of-the-art STEM school at Abomusu in Etiwa West District Assembly. A very beautiful edifice for all to see. A fully completed STEM school. Fully, you see it out there. The pictures are clear for all to see. All in building education for Ghana. We have equally completed a TVET center at Achim Enyinem, and we have completed a technical institute at Kitasi, very close in Ekrapem South Municipality. I'm so happy to announce to this gathering that when the University of Environment and Sustainable Development was named under the SWAL administration of the National Democratic Congress, This new patriotic government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has come to put life into the enactment we did in Parliament at the time. And the pictures I'm rolling out are the investment this government has rolled out in making sure that the university become a fully fledged university. And recently, we invested the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar by this administration. We thank Nana Addo for his visionary leadership. This is what we call walking the talk. At the same time, we've supplied some useful logistics to the schools. We've given them laptops, we've given them textbooks, we've given them notebooks. The statistics is there for all to see. And when almighty COVID hit us, we procured a lot of PPEs and distributed all of them to the schools. The evidence is clear for all of us to see. After doing a bit on education, I want to move on to health. We have done some major infrastructure improvement in health. As we speak, a new regional hospital is being built at Efijase, the New Jabin North Municipality, Koforidua, to be precise. It's modernization. That is a very modern hospital which is going to be equipped, and it is going to also act as a teaching facility. So we are not only going to have a regional hospital, we are going to have a teaching hospital. So very soon you see medical students also school in Koforidua, because that is what the president, a visionary man, wants for the people of the region. At the same time, we've had modernizing and equipping of some selected health facilities. The Tibia Government Hospital, where I was born, have seen a 91% improvement in the facelift by this administration. Kibi District Hospital was not left out. Tetekwashi Memorial Hospital at Mampong was not left out. And Ebri Kum is also not left out. A beautifully constructed, state-of-the-art district hospital has started off, and in full 100% swing is at Somanya. I know that a lot of noise was made on this particular hospital that we were not putting it into use. Today, the evidence is clear. I know that my colleague, the chief executive, is here. If you want more information, if I am the one lying, the pictures will show. You see clearly for yourself. At the same time, we have projects on supply contracts for 5 40-bed hospitals in the region. And these are going to go to Jumapo, Kwabin, Nkwetia, Edukrom, Achiase, Enyinem, Enyeresi. We are doing 5 for Jumapo, Kwabin, Nkwetia, Edukrom, and Achiase. They are all under various stages of progress. Jumapo is 40%, Kwabin is 41%, Nkwetia is under 40%. No, Nkwetia is 40%, it's not under 40%. Edukrom is also 40%. Achiase is 41%. Enyinem, we are doing a trauma hospital at Enyinem and an accident emergency center at Inyeresi. And these are both at 23 and 20% progress, respectively. We have done a couple of CHIFs community-based health planning service centers at Ahankresu, Achimmampong, Tiawia, in Sutem. And these are areas where government have fully completed the CHIFs compound, 100% all. I want to buttress these statistics with some pictorials. So I'll roll to you. This is the still pictures of the Koforidua Regional Hospital that I just spoke of. And that is work in progress. His Excellency, and that is the Ebri one, state-of-the-art, beautiful edifice there. And then the Tetekwashi Memorial Hospital as well. Kibi is also seeing a state-of-the-art improvement at this district hospital. Jelokrobo, the evidence is clear. Now chairs are there, they are working, you can see it from everywhere. The NRC one is on. The Nyinem Trauma Center is also on. The Tiwa Kwabin one is also ongoing. That Chelsea 40 bed, that is it. Thank you very much. And then the Dukrum 40 bed hospital. And then in Kwetia 40 bed hospital. All is clear. Achim Asene, we have it at Manso. We have it there, beautiful hospital there. These are the cheap compounds. Achim Mampong, in Suta, Achim in Suta. That is in Sutem, yes, thank you very much. And that is Achimda. That's the medical laboratory which we've completed at Achimda Government Hospital. The next slide, please. Thank you very much. When this administration took office and we said we're going to modernize our systems and digitize our systems and make sure that communication went effectively and smooth, our detractors felt we were lying. We said we're going to introduce a drone service. They said we couldn't do it. Today, I am here to report to you that the drone service at Omenako is serving the people, and I'll give you shocking statistics. We are serving 32 districts out of the 33 districts in the region. And we have a total of 535 health facilities that we serve. As we speak, we have delivered a whopping 36,614 services to all these health facilities. And these ranges from medical, blood, vaccines. And so these three products are what we are using the drone service to serve the community. And in total, you'll be surprised that we have done a 566,700 product deliveries in the entire space. And this tells you how effective our health system have been improved. I wish to show you signs of the drone takeoff at its station. And this is a very beautiful zipline drone exercise. And this is all happening under the social services sector of His Excellency President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo's administration. The next slide, please. As we speak, when COVID came, we all know what happened. We have so far vaccinated 744,882 people. The number of persons who received one dose of vaccination are 1,073,584. And those doses that we received in the region were 3,388,549. This is by the Ghana Health Services statistics. And doses that we used was 2,026,206. Doses that expired, you know, the vaccines after a period will expire, is 353,743. So in total, doses that were usable and we still have is 1,008,600. Reporting on monkeypox, which was recently announced, we had a number of suspected cases. We recorded 47. We confirmed 2 of the cases. As we speak, the 2 have fully recovered. We have no mortality. And so we are a clean bill of health on that score. We were not left out by the administration's vision of ensuring that every constituency gained one ambulance. All the 33 constituencies that are coterminous to our districts had an ambulance each. And so the picture there demonstrates when we display the ambulances at our regional coordinating council office. Under health, His Excellency the President, when COVID broke, declared that he was going to help us revamp the health sector and made a declaration that he was going to build 111 district hospitals for us. Indeed, in the region, we are favored to have 7 district hospitals under the Agenda 111. They are currently undergoing construction, and they are all at various stages of completion and within construction. We have Abomusu in the Tiwa West District, We have Manso in the Asene Manso across the district. We have Achim Swedro in the Brim South District Assembly. We have Ofuase in the Achimansan District. We have Adesu in the Upper West Achim District. And we have Atimpoku in the Sujaman District. That is being built at Pegesu. And then the almighty Kowa Frampli in South, Tiase. The pictures that follows shows progress of work on these Agenda 111 facilities. Please, you may roll the slides for me. After demonstrating some level of infrastructure, this government is poised to make sure that there's food security, so we feed our people. I want to tell you what government, through its leadership, has brought to the region in respect of the agri sector. Under the Planting for Food and Jobs, a total of 359,544 farmers have benefited from the Planting for Food and Jobs. And out of this, because we are some gender-sensitive government, a whopping 80,568 women are benefiting and have fully benefited from the program. The quantity of seeds that we have distributed in respect of maize, that's open pollinated variety, we have done at 587.13 metric tons. Maize, the hybrid seedlings, we've done 752.81 metric tons. Rice, we grew a lot of rice in the region as well. We've done 455.96 metric tons. We have distributed, under the Planting for Food and Jobs, some fertilizers. Inorganic fertilizers, we've done 49,770 metric tons. And then organic fertilizers, we've done 1,080.91 metric tons. And these have fully been distributed. And this is helping us improve on our yield. That is why we are ready to report on the Planting for Food and Jobs. We have increased for maize production from 2.41 metric tons per hectare to 4.25 metric tons per hectare, using the Planting for Food and Jobs program. At the same time, the average yield of rice is also seeing an increase from 4.30 metric tons per hectare to 5.06 metric tons per hectare. The pictures that follow shows how government is so good in helping to improve the social life of our people by investing in them, distributing 5,000 cockerels and 898 pigs to farmers to grow. And this is at no cost to the farmer. Since the inception of the Export and Rural Development, that's the Planting for Export and Rural Development PED program, in 2018, a total of 3,826,812 tree crop seedlings has been distributed to farmers. And these are in the categories of mango, oil palm, coconut, cashew, rubber, and coffee. And these were all cultivated on lands totaling 28,288.8 hectares. As at June this year, a total of 1,278,504 seedlings consisting of oil palm, coconut, and mango have been distributed to our farmers in the region to cultivate over 8,399.55 hectares. The total seedling distribution since 2019 to 2021 is as shown on the table ahead of us. The total seedlings distributed from inception, as I quoted earlier, is there for us to see. And the total hectares covered, the table is there clearly for us to see as well. We have a graph to demonstrate what we have done currently this year. Mind you, government have created what we call the Tree Crop Authority. And so we use this Tree Crop Authority to do the distributions now. Until then, we were not using the Tree Crop Authority. So we specifically made this graph for you to appreciate. There was a gap in distribution because of the transparency and procurement issues that we have to go through. We needed to make sure that the authority was fully fledged. It wasn't under any department in the Agric Ministry. And so now we are good to go, and we are doing what is needful for the people of the region. The next graph shows the distribution as we have done so far. And the pictures there demonstrate the seedlings that we are distributing to our farmers in the region. This is a government that helps her people to do well. If you come to Kwao East in the Kwao Mountains, Kotuso to be specific, cashew, we have established fields there, and this is all part of government's social programs to ensure that our farmers also enjoy from the vision of His Excellency the President. When you go to Awusuase, watch me. My joy this afternoon is to report to you the vision of the Eastern region, which we call the commodity satellite market. When government introduced the planting for food and jobs and the yields were increasing, our farmers were craving for market to sell their wares. And so by the good advice of the technical people within the region, and here the regional agric department helped to design a program. And in that program, we encouraged all our district assemblies to look into the produce that they all come up with and then add value to one commodity that they produce in each and every district so that it becomes your competitive product. When you bring it on the market, people will buy. And by so doing, I'm happy to report to this house that last year we had a maiden fair, what we call the commodity satellite market. And the pictures are clear there for you to see. I'll give you some short statistics as we go for you to know the effects that the commodity satellite market has brought. The story I just said is clear there, and I say that consequently, issues of marketing these extra produce became a challenge. And so we have done the needful, and the statistics is there for all to see. Ebuakwa South is good in honey. You see the pictures for yourself. Ekwapim South is good in pineapple. Ekwapim North, mushrooms. Achimansa is noted for rice. Etiwa West is noted for taro. Taro, I'm sure when I say taro, most people will be thinking, what is taro? Brobe, I'm sure you know brobe. That is what we call taro. Good, good, good. Brim Central is noted for yellow crobo. Everybody knows is mango. I won't debate that with any person. Then Chembo, palm oil. Fantiakwa South, cassava. In Samoma Dwejiri, maize. Lower Manya Krobo, rice. Etiwa East, rice. Kwao South, Jene, onions. Okre, gari. Esujaman, pepper. Suhum, vegetables. Kawa Afran Plains, gari. West Achim, eggplant and rice. The list goes on and on under the commodity satellite market. And you marvel the beautiful value additions that our farmers have been able to do and how they've branded their products. As we speak, we have 11 brands of locally produced rice under this administration, fully developed and are on the market. 18 brands of assorted gari on the market. 3 brands of honey. 14 brands of palm oil from various sectors within the region, from various districts. 6 brands of konkonte flour. Since its inception, 13,655 farmers and small-scale processors have been linked to markets, and a total volume of transactions under the Eastern Commodity Market amounts to a whopping 19,325,400 Ghana cedis. So you can imagine But for this creative measure, our farmers would have struggled. Our recently held Eastern Regional Commodity Satellite Market is out there for the pictures. And you can see my respected Regional Director of Agric, Mr. Henry Krenzel Ibli there. I saw myself there. My big head is there. You can see it in the picture as well. So you roll the pictures for people to see what the region. And we're saying that His Excellency the President, in his policies and programs, is helping to add value to the local foods that we eat in this country. Look at the honey. They will bring the honeycombs. They will bring the processed honey for you to see. And some have been beautifully made into sachets. The rice packs from Achimansa, the golden rice. The MCDC is here, will tell you. Very delicious, very nutritious. This is not imported from our local market. Very healthy for you to consume. We're having all this in the Eastern region. And this is what we expect our people to consume, not to consume the imported ones. Thank you. So you can see the pictures. It's clear for you to see. The onions from Kwao South, the zumi from Etiwa, it is there for everybody to see. We are not lying. You see, I'm drinking some beautiful coconut from there. You can see. When you come, I'll serve you some. You can see what we have done. At the last held National Farmers Day, we exhibited some of our produce at our Salah Market stand, and all the regions came to shop from us. This is creativity and walking the talk, so that the people on the farm would also know that there can be value and there is hope for them in the future. That is leadership, and that can be found under the administration of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have revamped the taro industry. If you realize, Brobe, which we know as taro, for a while was getting extinct. But the creativity of the Agric Directorate and the Regional Coordinating Council, today I can report to you that it is seen a notch, driving up higher, and the yields are increasing. We are going from 9.5 to 11.7 metric tons per hectare, and I know it will improve. It's not going to go back at all. The statistics is there for all to see. The pictorials are there for you to see. That is live, Brobe, there for you. You can see. The women are selling, people are consuming. We even produce smoothie out of Brobe. Come to the Eastern region, you see what we have there. The best is always emanating out of the East. We were also not left out by the vision of the President in establishing, under the IPREP program, the One District, One Warehouse. We have some infrastructure under the One District, One Warehouse at Apamanya Krobo. We have one at Ayensuano. We have Fantiakwa North, Kwao South, and Akwa Front Plains, all at various stages of construction. But the yield and the total capacity of these warehouses is going to be 1,000 metric tons when completed. We have some pictures demonstrating the various completion at various sites. That is the one at Apamanya Krobo. And please, you can roll the slides for me. I'm sure the way I'm being watched, my time is fast spent, so that I double up. We have built up using, under the Ghana Secondary Cities Program, built beautiful market at Achimda in the Brim Central District Municipal Assembly. And then we have also done some beautiful market sheds for them. And Lower Manya Krobo is also building a beautiful market as well. It's under construction. Our MC is here to attest to that. I cannot come and stand before you and not mention the beautiful region that houses a lot of tourism. Every area within the Eastern region can boast of one tourist site. Name it, from waterfalls, from water sports, from caves, name them, eco parks, all abound. It is only in Ghana and in Kwao, in the Eastern region, where we paraglide. So you can imagine. Government, and you see the entrance to the Bri Botanical Gardens, which is in the Kwapim South Municipality. We have decorated the entrance and we are improving the park so that visitors will be encouraged to come. This is a government that is ready to listen and to help their people. So we will serve and serve the good people of this country with all our hearts, with all our might, with all our strength. You can see the pictures for yourself. Beautiful Booty Falls, Asanema Falls. The big tree had been left alone, but this government decided to revamp it, and it's built a beautiful facility where people can sit and also have some beautiful leisure when they visit the big tree in Aprokumase in the Asene Manso Akroso district. This is what His Excellency the President has brought to us. One of the commodities that have helped our country balance our payments in respect of the economy is cocoa. And cocoa was brought into this country by a man named Tetekwashi. And there is a receptive which was developed many years ago. We have come, we have touched the facility, and I want to show it all to see that this is a government who will come and meet rot and put it into good use. That is us on the Tetekwashi Cocoa Farm in Mampong. That is what we have done, and I thank government for doing this. I would not end without advertising that the investment potential of my region is so huge. And even though I'm selling what government has done, we are open to more private participation, and we dare say that government is putting in the enabling infrastructure. As we speak, government has procured funds to ensure that we dualize Pediatric to Koforidua, and this is going to happen. Government have secured funds. We are going to put up a bridge across the Afram River from Adoso to Echiamanfrom, and these are matters that we are not joking with. And in tourism, our facilities are bound. Real estate, there's arable land, beautiful land, and this is what we want to tell people. We have land for shopping malls, and you can see it's clear. If you are exiting out of Accra, I don't need to tell you, most people are living in the eastern region and working in the greater Accra region today. Opportunity abound in real estate. And then we have demonstrated to you the agro-processing, clearly from our commodity silent market views that we showed a while ago. I want to thank you. Because the Volta Lake is in our region, we use it both as food and for leisure. And so for tourism, you can come on the Dodi Princess, and then you can also come for some private cruise as well in our region. In conclusion, I want to end my presentation by emphasizing the vision of our region, and which is my region, and which is to become a peaceful, progressive, and developed region. Simply, that's all we want. We want to believe in peace. We want to be very progressive and aggressive in developing ourselves and ensure that we're a developed region. I would not have achieved what I said without these people who really supported the Regional Coordinating Council to arrive at this presentation we put here. My colleagues, the municipal chief executives who are here with me, and district chief executives, I want to acknowledge you for helping me achieve this. I want to do same with the Regional Agriculture Department, the Ghana Highways Authority, the Department of Urban Roads, the Department of Feeder Roads, the Ghana Tourism Authority, the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service, and the Regional Directorate of Ghana Health Service. I wish to thank all of you. This is the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
A bigger round of applause for Honorable Minister. And I'll tell you why. You know, a lot has been shown this afternoon, and it is impressive to note that what the Minister presented on infrastructure are not artistic impressions. Someone will sell you books, work in books, and then convince you that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and this government have done nothing. But for the good people of this country who are beneficiaries of all these big infrastructural projects, they know there is something, and government is committed to, you know, working so hard so that we can deliver to the expectations of Ghanaians. And in recent times, if you were following the news, you realize that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, mentioned the records of this government on roads infrastructure since 2017. A lot of people who did not take the pain to even check the facts on the ground, who had not even checked with the regions, were saying that the figures were cooked. They were cooked figures. They are not true. But could you believe that just from the minister's presentation, I realized that he mentioned that in Eastern region alone, 1 out of the 16 regions of this country, they have awarded 5,404.79 kilometers of road and completed 1,487.62 kilometers of roads. So with these facts in your face and the pictorial evidence that we have seen, if someone tells you that this government has done barely 4,000, you are telling me that we've done almost 1,005 in one region, and in 15 regions we've done 2,500. That is untrue. I don't know anywhere at all. Accra, Kumasi, and this alone should tell you that those informations out there are not true. So I'm pleading with you as our friends to spread the word. At least you have seen the pictures. At least they have given you the locations where you can find these projects on the ground. So please take the pain to follow up and fact check on this information so that we can well inform Ghanaians. On that note, we have a few more acknowledgements before we take your questions. Joining us this afternoon, we have the DCE of Ayenswano, Honorable Awuku, with us. Honorable, we acknowledge you. We also have the MCE for New Jabin North, Honorable Comfort Asante. We also have with us the DCE for Etiwa West, Honorable Seth Asante. So, honorable members, thank you so much for making time. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will take your questions. You show by hand, you mention your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, so I'll take Duke. Okay, I can see Nana. Okay, Nana. We can take 5 questions for this round, so please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask.
Okay, so, my name is Duke Mensah. I work with CTFM and CTTV. My question for Honorable has got to do with a matter of safety and security in the region. We know that calm has returned to the Krobo enclave, but my question relates to what the long-term plan of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council and the Security Council is to ensure that there is permanent peace and security in the Krobo enclave in relation to the running agitations between persons in that enclave and the Electricity Company of Ghana. And then secondly, you spoke about the investment potential of the region. If you are given the opportunity, what is the most urgent venture that requires urgent investment with private sector to create jobs for residents of the region? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the second.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon.
Winneba Sodro Odan Road or Odan Tunkoko Road, it's in a very bad state. Now, if you want to go to Odan, unless you go through, I think, someone through Asamankasi, where the road is a bit better. But I went there the last time. I had to do some detour through, I think, Nyakrumo, whatever, or Konyako, whatever, before you could get. And the road is very bad. I don't know what is being done about it. So I want you to state the state of that particular road, especially from Odan to Nkoko. That's been under construction for a very long time. When I was there, secondary school at Odan School, in 1975, they were doing the afternoon. I don't know what has happened to it. And then, talking about tourism, can I draw your attention to Galamsey activity in the Brim and Prairie River? I come from where the practice is so I know what I'm talking about. I went to, I think, Achim Banka, yes. And the state of the river is very, very, very bad. Very, very bad. I don't know what the RSC is doing about it because water is life, as they say. Then, Honorable Minister, we have TV Hospital that is serving the SCAP, whatever you call the towns on the mountain. But we have Holy Family Hospital at Nkoko, which is a private hospital. Is there any plan, as it were, to set up a district hospital at Nkoko? Because Nkoko has now become a municipality, and the towns are growing, and people are doubling up every now and then. So do we have a plan for this hospital for Nkoko? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Honorable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yefemi Opoku, Kingdom FM. Pastor, my question here to Bakoye in relation to the first my colleague Bakono in connection to security. You say adoso the call chairman from a from plains on more. Traders say I complain say because of say a quine no a comfort more that stretch of road. You say honorable no former MP on price so a DNA in Shishaya region area to calm this issue and I say may help you say security in Boku. The next question is so far. You say Eastern region, one of the regions are challenges with Fulani herdsmen. Most of the time, farmers and any herdsmen they any confrontations kakra. Against honorable here to region area to help calm this issue with the Fulani herdsmen and farmers.
Please, if you have any question, kindly show by hand so that we'll call you. Otherwise, we take that to be the last question and the last round if there are no questions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who do I start with first? Duke or Opoku? Opoku then I'm can first and answer Minka Duke there first. Answer Minka Duke brofo. Minka Duke. You who can't fully for us. Any equafo. Kwanya yebe faso. Ama eye won kita hudie asumduaba. Ena efi eche amam from ebados de yensuo. Nti ene de enye kwan ene na me kan sisi ase aban be ye etwene atoso aman no na mum se wo kan se bi efiri kwawutafo e de atwam nkyene e de kofa odotum kwanta de kokoduru adoso e bia ufamu amane e de kosi eye esubone etwam ekọ nketepa e de kọ akosi ko amanfrom empam a eho no na ekwan no nye se yekese nyina Ghana highway for edi won fidie e be twaso na adwadifo na ekwantifo etimi afaso nti eho no na ya na ekwan mu ekafo I from arm robbers no wo eta be ha adwadifo e wo sa kwan ne so nanso stansei abambo aprosifo no eboaye Emma odi ekwan so atrehwie pa enu nti emma saa aboneyefo wonya saa emrena no wonya edidi adwadifo bone no obehwe a ekobe afi ntemunie obehu se esre so eye echiamfro framoja eho nyina adwofom nyina agina nhyehyeye a yene prosifo eye prosisahene Kunini Akufo Dampare George ene mpani edi ehunsa woso ene openia yenene wo eye mantem no eye openi DCOP Anderson aka fosu yen hihye yemu no ya de aprosifo no ekọ ewen ewo akwan ne so sebe ya adwadifo ho behinhan wo mo nti yenni edi anu akire Nemum a banfro any a year 97 year afford no. A buying by him. Mampany who form Reswaba Becono, which see the friend in you and tribune and tribu over from a jack. Ya Antony a 1 year, Nanso, Nanado Binya, Benyan Biono, or you didn't know Eddie Shimu, Amio, Nentribu, Cassia, a war Wawasi. ɛwɔ afrɛmɔgya ya yɛaka nantwie gum wɔ ha wɔm wɔ hɔ a yɛbɔ wɔn ho ban yɛma da hɔ a yɛdua nsensan de hwɛ wɔn ɛna bra no so no yɛne ekuafoɔ hyia ɛyɛ me nuanom mansini asoafoɔ ɛne ekuafoɔ hyia sɛ bɛyɛ a yɛbɛnya yɛn nyinaa yɛho ntiaseɛ ɛne wɔn no a wɔwɔ nantwie no yɛnka sɛ obi nyɛ nantwie nantwie deɛ ɛyɛ adwuma nanso wontumi ma wo nantwie nkɔsɛe obi adeɛ nti ɛno ho kita ho ne kasa no yɛyɔ nso bi wɔ ha brakye nti no yɛwɔ sogyafoɔ a yɛde wɔn asie ɛwɔ ɛpom hɔ a wɔn ɛte Kwawu East ebi nso so wɔ yɛn nkyɛn wɔ Koforidua yɛ operation cow leg wa wantia waboa no a waboa no bɛti nkɛnsee no ɔkɔna sɛ ɔkɔsɛ obi adeɛ na ɔnamu a ɔmbɛtumi akyere no nti ne nyinaa ne nsa wɔ so a yɛdi a yɛde hwɛ aboa ama asomdwe aba ɛpom hɔ yɛnwie ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛkɔ so seesei a ɛsoso atue deɛ nsensan wɔ hɔ bebree nkurɔfoɔ mfudie soso wɔ hɔ nti wobɛhu a ne ɔsiɛse aboa bi akɔakɔwe yɛayere ho ahyehyɛ mmara ne ɛkwan a yɛfa so a yɛbɛtumi ahwɛ ama wo a wanhwɛ waboa yie no sɛ okodi abansɛm a yɛbɛbɔ ka nti ɛyɛ afotuo a yɛn nso so yɛnam so yɛne fura ne mpanifoɔ nso wɔn nso so wɔn ɛtete a biara no a wɔn ɛka wɔn ho bom nti wɔn mpanifoɔ no ɛne wɔn yɛne wɔn di nsawɔsoɔ wɔba yɛaso yɛ original coordinating council a yɛne wɔn di nsawɔsoɔ ɛkyerɛ wɔn nso wɔn adwuma no sɛbi omi yɛ kɔ obi ne kɔfoɔ ɛnam yɛ amisom yɛ kɔ ni a meti kɔ yi woba abɛso kan a sɛ yɛ spare pass wɔ na mfra ne fɔ nso wɔn deɛ ne nantwi yɛn nti no wontumi nsan wontumi nyɛ wɔn firi nantwi ne ho nti yɛbɔ yɛn ho mɔde sɛ yɛn wɔn bɛdi nsawɔsoɔ sɛdeɛ yɛ no mmea bi a yɛnim no kwan a wɔn fa so sɛ bi a eduru sɛ nantwitɔ ɛbɛkɔ soro sɛ ebi a yɛn nuanom a ɛsom muslimi eduru bi a wɔn kum ayɛn mmoa ɛde yɛn mpaebɔ no saa abere no nantwitɔ kɔ soro nti ɛma ɛhonya ɛnyɛ no nko a ɛyɛ nam nso so yɛ aduane a yɛdi nti yɛnhyɛ obiara sɛ mo ɔnyɛ n'adwuma na mmom wobɛtu anammɔn no wɔ kwampa so na mmom wokɔka abansa deɛ a ɛnyɛ yɛ ne yɛkɔfa biribi abɛ sanka wo na wɔn a wanhwɛ waboa ne yie waboa kɔ sɛ obi adeɛ na obɛyi kyerɛ yɛ ne yɛnya anaasɛ operation carlec fo nyana na wɔn de ka no a mesrɛ nti mefa kasafidie so atue nyinaa yɛ ho fo sɛ obiara hwɛ na yɛ mmoa yie na wankɔ ankɔfo oyɛ ne bia ambrɛ yɛn sɛ kwan mu ka fo sɛm no deɛ maka ante ase aba hɔ. In summary, we the herders, the nomadic farmers who are owning and some are just rearing the cattle on behalf of the owners of the cattle. And at the same time, we're engaging our town folks using the administrative machinery at the district assemblies to ensure that we engage. We believe in that social engagement, engaging the stakeholder to have an amicable settlement on some of these matters. We are learning best practices elsewhere. And so our concern is not necessarily to go and use with our military might to kill the cattle, but to engage to get people to appreciate that in as much as it is an economic activity, we ought to be responsible when we are with our cattle. That aside, the crime which was in that enclave of Afram Plains South and the Coast South areas, by the assistance of the Ghana Police Service, we have had some increase in men and additionally we stationed some corporates were arrested, some lost their lives. Unfortunately, this is how we have to for the majority population and citizens to have their peace. And so when it happens this way, it is the state acting and working to ensure there's public safety, and that is all that we do. We don't do anything other in addition. So I'm sure that settles the Mr. Puku, your question on the Adosu, a chairman from Security Matters. I'll come back to Oda and Koko Okwan. Okwan, you said I'm kind. Mantem, Yakwan Dosu. Your point here, pa. Free a year, a brim, a DBC, a chimansa, a ditrum, a co or danwa. Sakwan, Sissy, yo. Into a year, say, Wabe first whom qua, the other coffer. As a mankesi, a diacosi across on qua, and I said, would be maniaco facadi, a diaco and qua. Ye share, Sissy crowd free cadi, a deco a brimuno, ye a dancrono quine. Mfuni amdechire kwa abe hunu se eno susu yokwanya ye ya se bia wo free nkokọ na be si abremu betimi afa ho so de aba besia akọ ne akọ ya kwan dooso e wo premantem nti eto da ya kase so ba kase ne mkrum kwan nye na so nsi etwa mfuni no wo hwe adwuma ya dwo e kire se ya wa kwan ahodo dodo e wo mantem ne mo. We have an elaborate road network in the eastern region, and that one we cannot run away from. I know of the Nkoko Odan Road. It was a major road for us in the northern part of the region in Kwo to travel to the western part of the region in Odan. And I know that it is a road that has been captured by the Ghana Highway Authority. It is yet to put it on advertisement for construction to be effected on that. But it isn't that we've just left it. We need it. But you know, the economy, as much as we have, is what we use and deploy and work on it. So these are the things that we've done. There are contractors on that road. Then there are contractors. No. He's talking of the Odan Road. The Odan to Nkoko Road. No, Odan School. No. You see, wait a minute. The one from Odan School all the way comes to Ofwase. That one, there are contractors on it working on it. But the one that leads to Nkoko is what you are talking about. Nkoko, New Abrim, has been done, fully completed. No, Ofwase, I don't need to talk about that one. We have done from Apuputia, I'll call in Nkoko Hotel Junction, all through to Abrim Fie. And then from Abrim to Ofwase has been done. He's talking about when you get to Abrim, you may not necessarily go to Ofwase to go to Odan. That's the road you are talking about, the Ekwansi one. So that one is talking about. That one, haven't done it. That's what I was talking about. But that's why I said we have elaborate road network in the region. So if you don't take care, you don't get the mappings very well. You may take, that's why I said you have alternative. You can go to Abrim and use the other one. Either you go through Ofwase or you go through Kade and you make it all the same to Odan. But government will make sure that each and every person gets their fair share of infrastructure development. And you talked about Agunanya Krum, which comes to Akroso. That one too is between us and Central Region. You remember when I was giving our boundaries, I showed where in the south we border Greater Accra and Central Region. That's our link with them. Highways have picked it up. Like I said, the entire road network of Ghana is so huge. But between us and them, we are pushing for more infrastructure development to be effected. So it is work in progress. Then I'll come to Mr. Duke. I'm sure you talk about Chim Banka, the source of the River Pra. Yes, the RECSEC, the Regional Security Council, is seriously working. We have a task force working and helping that illegal mining activities are reduced in the region. And so it's an area we have marked out, and we are working with our DISECs and MUSECs in the areas to make sure that there's less illegal activity in the area. Unfortunately, this has been a war His Excellency the President waged, and we are still in the war. We are in Operation Halt 2, which it is led by the Ghana Armed Forces, and then periodically the Regional Security Council, with its operations of a joint force of armed forces and policemen, go on ground, also based on tip-off, because you know the activities of these some of these illegal miners. And so it's a major war we are after, and we are not kidding. We are not joking with it. We're going to make sure. You talked about the ETBA. No, in Koko, we want a district hospital in Koko. It's a good proposition. We've proposed that. But mind you, a district hospital is being built, the polyclinic status is being built in Kwetia, aside what is already even, government has sourced some funds to develop what was started under the President Mills era in Abetifi, and then a TBA. So in Koko, knowing how big in Koko is growing, yes, government has plans of building. But you know, the cake is not as big as my head. So we go it in pieces. Thank you. And then the equipment rate stability, we are on course. Government so far has been able to bring some peace to the area, and peace is not all achieved through physical establishments. Some have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Government is employing every resource available to ensure that we bring lasting peace to the Kwapem Ridge. In the Kobo area, when it started, it was tough, but I can report that reason is coming and reason is winning, and we've been engaging both citizens, traditional leaders, and all the stakeholders and actors to bring lasting peace in the area. So far, we have a smooth deployment of paid meters in both assemblies, i.e. Yilo Krobo Municipality and Lower Manya Krobo Municipality. We are so far cool, and ECJ is deploying peacefully. In the long term, our plan is to engage our people and educate our people. And we want everybody listening to us to also open themselves up for education. There is no way a resource such as electricity, when generated, cannot be paid for. Once you utilize the utility, you should be ready to pay for the service, because the service provider, the generator, and the transmitter are all spending to produce the resource for us, and the resource needs to be paid for. That aside, we also would also crave on the service providers to also temper with our language, our approach to our citizens, because you are serving and helping all of us. This has been the way we have been able to move the stalemate into a settlement, and we are coasting peacefully to ensure that we fully deploy the prepaid meters in the two municipalities. In fact, I will say that the major sector for investment in the region, aside agriculture, is tourism. And in tourism, the built environment, there's so much room for putting up hotels, putting up real estate, because, like I said, people are commuting from the region and coming into the national capital to work. I know people who live in Koforidua and drive every morning to come to Accra to work. And when the dualization of Pediatric to Koforidua is fully completed, I see a bigger rollout of investment and improvement in the regional economy. And so that is why we already advertise the region for people to see the potential of the region. The region is a very green region. Green Ghana, we don't struggle to green Eastern region. It is a region that has a lot of potential for that. So aside agric, and in agric, we are open. I demonstrated our commodity satellite market, the various produce that we are doing. Value chain is there. Anything in the region. We have mineral resources where if you want to do extractive industry investment, there are concerns that are available that you can go to be a responsible miner in the extractive industry. And that is what we're doing. So I would state these first three as areas that we welcome. Tourism abound, water sports, the Volta Lake is there, the Afram River is there, and if you go to the Sujaman and Kwao South districts, this is where you have a lot of water bodies there, and we walk to anybody. There are several opportunities. Just walk in. People are running zip lines in private areas in Kwo South, and like you may. This week, the Ghana Tourism Authority is going to hold a second paragliding festival. This is not only for the Easter festivities. They are trying to do a biannual paragliding festival, and so it is known to all of us, and this is what the region stands for. There's a lot of potential in our region, and I think this satisfies Mensa's question. Please, are we satisfied with my answer? I'll and go and sit quietly without trouble. Thank you. Since my good friends, the journalists, have allowed me to speak freely and market my region, the platform for marketing my region was ably provided by the Honorable Minister and Member of Parliament for Fansia Review, ably supported by the Honorable Lawyer Fatima Abubakar, my sister. And we couldn't have done this interface with the entire country without the support of the Ministry of Information and her personnel. We are grateful to you. We are grateful to the media for carrying us out. I wouldn't have come this far without the able support of my core administrative personnel at the Regional Coordinating Council. I want to extend my thanks to all of you, my district chief executives who followed me from various parts of the region, in particular my landlord, the new job in South Municipal Assembly Chief Executive is here because the regional residence is housed on his land in his municipality. He followed me to come here. Some people don't know, but my ancestry is in New Jabin North. I come from Efijasi as well. And to comfort the teacher and professor, our municipal chief executive, my mother followed me here to give me the support. And to comfort mom who say, yeah, mama do me chiba. And my sister Josephine, I have 5 female chief executives. And Josephine is representing the others. And so Josephine, get up for them to see. That's Ayensuano. That's Ayensuano. So if you get to teach Amante, and that's the young ones. So Auntie Comfort is my mother. The young ones are my sisters. And then my dean, all the way from Achansi, the jungle warfare. If you come to the Eastern region and you want to play with us, we'll discipline you. But I want to thank His Excellency the President for offering me the opportunity to serve in his stead in his region and making sure that we are doing what he wants us to do. We thank God for life, and I bless you all on Sunday.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the press briefing. It was so comprehensive that, in fact, it would be a crime for me to attempt to even again. But I was like, oh, Honorable Minister spoke so well, good English, good Chi. And then he mentioned Taro, and I said, and he attended a good school. Because if he started where I started, maybe I would be saying what Takokoyam and Koko, you know. So, Minister, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful afternoon, and we hope to do this some other time, hopefully in the region where we can do town hall and get more engagement. And our friends from the media, I would like to thank you for sacrificing your Sunday afternoon. I know we can go back to the fufu and all that. Thank you so much for your time. Good afternoon.
Akufu, Dampare, and the entire police administration congratulates you on your retirement and wish you a happy and peaceful civilian life. Have the happiest retirement. God bless you. On behalf of the Inspector General of Police and the Police Administration. Right!
Sir, congratulations once again for this wonderful feat, child. Once again, we are informed that the second part of the ceremony will take place in the senior officers' mess. To take their seats soon after this.
No! Fight!
By Owl Labs and Global Workplace found that about 70% of full-time workers during the pandemic worked from home. So it's quite essential that we get the skills ready, not just for a pandemic, but that's how the world is going. So, 1 million, daunting, scary. One person told me, are you Bill Gates to make that declaration? No, we are not. And our papa is not Dangote. But we have the skills, we have the brains. And we know it's going to be possible. So we came up with the Nimdia app. Nimdia, you asked, and most of you know, is knowledge as in our dialect. Nimdia's goal is to educate masses with basic to intermediate IT skills. Not only is it going to educate them with the necessary education, but it's also going to educate them in their local dialect. I'm proud to announce to you right now that we have classes in Dabani, Hausa, Ewe, Ga, and Akan. I know there are many more dialects here in Ghana that should be included in this app. It's coming, so don't worry if yours was not mentioned. We also have English, we have French, we have Spanish, we have Igbo and Yoruba.
Currently in Ghana, we have a pediatric, two comprehensive pediatric oncology units, as I've mentioned. One in Kolebu Teaching Hospital and one in Kumasi, the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. In Kolebu, our bed capacity is 24 on the ward, and then when they go and come for their outpatients medications, we all have a 12-bed daycare. And as the numbers are going to increase, you can just imagine that this space is already inadequate for our children. And Kumasi even has less. They have just 9 beds, 9 beds for their children with cancer. So you can imagine the impact it will have on the facilities that we have available. We also have some care shared centers where some of the children could be follow-up medications. One in Tamale, Cape Coast, Agogo, Techiman, Greater Accra Regional Hospital as well. Currently, we have 6 trained oncologists in the country and 4 in Accra, and this is woefully inadequate. If you're expecting 1,400 children, just imagine these few pediatric oncologists taking care of all these children. So we need more specialists to be trained to be able to pick these children and treat them effectively. We also have now 8 training pediatric oncology fellows under training, of which I'm one, and we have 3 dedicated pharmacists who are also training in pediatric oncology to be able to give the correct doses of the medications that we are going to give. And also we have 18 nurses also training to specialize in pediatric cancers. So currently the milestone that we've made this year is the 4 childhood cancers which have been included in the National Health Insurance Scheme, and we hope we'll be able to reduce the burden, and we hope as the years go by, more and more of the childhood cancers would be on insurance so that no child with cancer would be left out. In childhood cancer, it doesn't only depend on just making the diagnosis. Okay, you have to have access to diagnosis. You have to be able to get to the center where the investigations can be done for you to be diagnosed with childhood cancer. You need to be able to even get access to the treatment. Okay, some of the children with eye cancers, the retinoblastomas, blood cancers, leukemias, kidney cancers, and the Burkitt's lymphoma are very fortunate that theirs is now covered under insurance. But there are many more whose cancers may not be covered by insurance who still need access to treatment. And then also the event-free survival of these patients. After we treat them, their survival after that is also contributing to the kind of cure rates that we would have. As you can see, in high-income countries, as expected, access to diagnosis is 100%. People are well educated, they come to hospital early, their children are all covered under the health insurance, so care is provided for free for most of them, and therefore the outcomes are very, very good, like 80%. When you come to, let's say, China, even though the awareness is very good, access to diagnosis is 95%, access to treatment is still very low. And it's a holistic approach. You can't just be able to diagnose and not be able to treat. It doesn't make any effect. So you need to be able to diagnose and to be able to treat. So even in China, even though the access to diagnosis is 95%, access to treatment is very low, 10%. and the overall cure rate is 7%. So you can imagine in low and middle income countries like Ghana, ours is just 2%, which is not very good for our children.
Ebra no ka me say interview you know mo frɛ wo mo e wo keepus anto to de ewu a wo de be kɔ no kokoto am diska o ko jom ko to nko ni ade no de bae na bi o Spain no de bae bi de pere na ni ma kakra no yi sa ba ga no ko bon ni ma gu mu ya de chi na pa no abekra me ante e kwabo si yo aso Oni nyame nkɔ nyame ni wani emfa nkɔ nti o san koduru Kumasi ni sister Penny o san kɔda ho anadwo nurse ekuara anadwo nurse san frɛ me say anti ma beduru Kumasi o ni sister Doris nyame ya adom a ɛkyena no pa mɛkɔ kekus no na Doris no san frɛ me say anti me de aso akɔtena kekus ka mu na ma ba ki me sen akɔ adwuma ni sister no so yɛ adwuma manchia hospital na wona kɔ yɛ adwuma ti akɔra no kɔ yɛ na me ne ka akyire no de odi ɔno aso na akyi ya fra ya wada no ya fra aso mfa ti me da na me wɔ akura ase ɛna Doris no ni nua Penny Doris no san frɛ me anti ma frɛ aso abre aso mfa na bisi mungu so Alex no mo frɛ kwam de odun mu nyina na ka kyerɛ mo so mu nua ba no ye fra wo mfa nti wo mo so mo frɛ na Alex no so oni odi bi ase ye adwuma nti ho na obo mama ne na we afrɛ de saba ye wo se hwan ye no afrɛ aso phone no abedi mi ho ne bag na ye twira yi no wi aye ba no na aso na oye no ho o prepare me ho o prepare say that ade bi akomi asi no so ti aso phone no bag no e wo me nkyɛn ni esi yo na me papa me ne tie no o kwa yie papa ba anwumere no e be frɛ mo e pemende ne na wotwe mi nu a me kan ye mfrɛ aso call no afso ye mfrɛ no mafada ti some bi na frɛ me Kumasi no ka kyerɛ me say oba na ma hwehwɛ no a me hu no na mo mbisa sumasi mo mbisa ne sister kunu no aso e won ho mo mbisa no so na ne kan nyame anim na ye tiama me na me susu sɛ abrante ele bɛyɛ sɛ adwuma sɛ ye fa ba bia ɛsɛ ɔno no ne no ɔmo tetɛ no na me ba so jani no sɔre a ɔsɛ ante bi nda fie ewire mu na me da me tetɛ no ya manura benada si juada no se benada no na ɔmo so ɔmo kɔ kekus kura ho no na mankas kekus no mo hu kura ho chi Doris mpana no ɔmo chi no na ɔmo de hanka no bɔ no nsa ɛna ɔyɛ akonta na me ba no so ka kyerɛ sɛ wo akonta na ɛyɛ me fidi me so kɔ ho no hwi na so mienu hwi na sam asum ka akonta no asa komba kwa ama no na sa ta mo nya de hanka no abɔ no nsa akɔ na chi ɔmo de no kɔ kekus sɛ ɔnya kekus ɔmo anya kɔ pɔtɔ atubento ɔmo de no kɔ ɛhɔ prison ɔwɔ ne no ade akyiye enura ɔda mu ade akyi na ɔmo sɛ wo si akɔra no ebisa wo si akɔra no wɔ hɔ police station ɔwɔ ne nkyɛn na ɔmo ne police fo no san kɔ ɔsi wɔde na kɔma wɔ hene bi wɔ mankasim na ɔmo san ne papa no no kɔ ɔmo kɔ mankasim ɔkɔ kyerɛ ba bi a aso wɔ hene a ɔsi yanya ku no yaku aso na ɔmo so waku na I know see no must see any hunu.
TDF Cocotti, we are no friend say. Yes, you offer sino. I did not come monkey see. Just say Yasino, Nedi, I offer sino. A coton more view of Macassi. Yes, in a nebi and a crack. Na ordinary Ocoton man. No cool. Two am I didn't share with them. They will feel. I mean, Charlie, you saw Yasino or Casa or Mancassi or Nanabiho. Mokoya or maybe in a cra. The branches are one and no more Cotinia, Yasin a chino. No paya, and I'm a friend clapping, Sanis in a sofa, the echo. Also, key. A pussy fortress said, a Munayano, a CBC. Into your brothers in Pimo, a cemetery, a pop of Penacrabia, a pop of Chuamana. Now, yet in a bar, a pop Penacrabia, a war. And never see a goose of your Santa to
They say that friends with benefits, no strings attached, and I assure you, the strings will attach.
A lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward.
The point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike. Okay. If not, talk about it.
You agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour.
Making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals. Right there.
Regional heads of department herein present are distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. And here in the podium, I have my mother here. Mama, raise your hand for everybody to know, yes, my mother is here. Behind every successful woman, there are mothers and fathers, and today I'm blessed to have my mother around. It is a great honor and singular privilege for me to have this opportunity to interact with members of the press, and through this forum, to let the rest of our good citizens understand and appreciate key strides the new Patriotic Party government has achieved in the Bono region under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Conscious of the major contributions the media plays in the socio-economic political development of the nation, it is necessary that government has regular interaction with this body to facilitate the flow of information and to correct mispresentation or misinformation where feasible. It is for this reason that I am grateful to the Ministry of Information for instituting the regional edition of the Minister's press briefing. Thank you so much. It is my anticipation that by the end of this presentation, I will have succeeded in letting the press and by extension, the public know more about the progress and development in the implementation of government's programs and projects in the Bono region. Honorable Deputy Minister, today's presentation will be centered on three key sectors, namely education, health, and road and transport infrastructure. But before that, permit me to give a brief description of the region as well as the state of the region as was inherited by this administration in January 2017. This will form the basis for effective assessment of our performance in the region. So the regional profile. The Bono region, with a territorial size of 11,107 square kilometers, is the 8th largest region in the country. The region shares boundaries with the Savannah region to the north, the Bono East and Ashanti regions to the southeast, Ahafo and Western regions to the south, and Côte d'Ivoire to the west. Administratively, the region is made up of 12 districts comprising 6 municipalities and 6 districts. The region also has 12 constituencies and span across 17 traditional areas.
It is important to mention that this government has provided 2 ultra-modern 2-story administration blocks for Sunyani West and Brekum West assemblies for effective administration within the past 4 years. With regards to our population, the 2021 population and housing census puts Bono Region at 1,208,965, comprising 596,841 males and 612,124 females, and of course, you know, women. You're also chairman. Challenges of the region as at January 2017. On assumption of office by the MPP administration in 2017, the Dambrong Ahafo region had the following challenges which needed attention. The poor road networks in the region which were impeding economic activities and easy access. Chieftaincy and land disputes which pose security challenges. Sports development infrastructure deficits. Inadequate educational infrastructure. Health infrastructure deficits. Abandoned air transport infrastructure. Sunyani airports. Water supply and sanitation issues, nomadic herdsmen menace, among others. In an in-depth analysis of the challenges brought to the fore, that the topmost priorities of the citizenry in the region were in the areas of roads and air infrastructure development, education, health, and sports development. Don't forget, we want to have heroes when it comes to sportsmen and women. It is Bono Region. You can mention with the clubs. We have a number of clubs, football clubs, and when I said that, you realize that there was a smile on the face of my MP, Sunyani West, because when we talk about sports and football, he is there. Papa Nyamishra. Road infrastructure in the region. Honorable Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in Bono Region, road transport accounts for more than 95% of goods and passenger fleet. Road transport therefore plays a very crucial role in the Bono Region's efforts at achieving sustainable economic growth needed to alleviate poverty and bring about sustainable development. It is also evident that road infrastructure is essentially crucial, particularly in the Bono Region, because they serve as a major vehicle linking areas of agricultural production and consumption and facilitating economic and social interaction and trade. As I mentioned earlier, upon the assumption of office, the MPP government, having recognized the yawning gap in road infrastructure, prioritized the building of new roads as well as reshaping of the existing ones which were in bad state. The total road network for the Bono Region is 4,700 kilometers, which comprise highways, urban and feeder roads. With regards to the Highways Authority, 13 roads projects with a total length of 342.3 kilometers are being constructed under the various categories of upgrading, rehabilitation, asphalt overlay, and reconstruction. The table on the screen illustrates the work being done. Again, 27 critical drainage structures and speed tables have also been completed. Permit me to highlight on some critical roads that have been carried out for your appreciation of government's efforts. The upgrading of the Menjebui Road, which is 30-kilometer stretch, has been fully completed. The upgrading of the Nkrankwanta Kasi Road, 10 kilometers. Remedial West on Doma Hinkro, Nkrankwanta Road, 6 kilometers, and upgrading of Nkrankwanta Roads, 3 kilometers, are ongoing. Under the Cocoa Roads projects, the upgrading of the Doma Hinkro Bebianiha Road, Atronie Mem Road, and Ahafukanyase Esukese Mem Road, with a total length of 62.5 kilometers, is steadily ongoing, as you can see in the slides. Again, the Doma Township has received a facelift with a 16-kilometer asphaltic overlay on Doma Town roads. And the moment I mentioned Doma, I see you beaming with smiles. For the purpose of time constraint, let me draw on some selected roads. The upgrading of Wenchi Senior High, Akonkontum, Kamu, and Vigrosam roads in Wenchi, which length is 4.5 kilometers, which is at a 71.63% completion, is worthy of mention. This is because for several years, and I mean several years, the Wenchi Enclave had not seen any major road construction or rehabilitation efforts. Suffice to say that the area had been neglected on any major development with regards to roads. Let me turn my attention to Brekum municipality and indicate that the asphaltic overlay of selected roads in Brekum, phase 1, 12 kilometers, is 90% complete. This is the first asphaltic overlay in the whole of the municipality, and I guarantee that there is more to come. There is more to come. I'm aware that the good people of Sunyane, the regional capital, can appreciate the efforts of this government with regards to roads in the municipality, though one or two areas. One key road that has generated attention is the regional hospital traffic light to Yauhima Road. The first part of the road, which is from the hospital traffic light to New Doma, has been completed. The rehabilitation of the New Doma Yahima Road 15-kilometer project intends to dualize the New Doma Yahima barrier section of the Sunyane Techima Arterial Road, as well as some selected roads within the RCC and estates. So far, the work is 50% complete, and I wish to assure our good people that very soon, and very soon, I'm not lying, last Sunday I was in church, and a good friend of mine is also a Muslim, and so there's no way I will lie, that very soon, the inconveniences being experienced will be a thing of the past. Because when we talk about New Doma Chrome Road, sometimes I even feel shy going around. But as I stand here and as I'm speaking, the contractor is on site, managing and doing what it takes to make the road motorable. Let me reiterate that no government has in our democratic dispensation embarked on massive road infrastructure in our regional capital, Sunyane. At a goal than the Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo administration, the construction rehabilitation of selected roads and interchanges in Ghana, Lot 6, Sunyane Inner City Roads, which is currently underway, is being constructed by Messrs. Sino Hydro Corporation Limited. The 39-kilometer will include drainage works, culverts and drains, earthworks, pavement works, surfacing works, and walkways. The Sunyane Inner Ring Road, portions of which, after design, has not seen any development due to the capital-intensive nature, is being constructed. More to it, the beneficiary areas of the inner city roads include the Jano, Dr. Bekun area, Mayfair area roads, Newtown area roads, Estate Inner Link roads, Berlin Top area roads, and the Penkwasi area roads. Currently, some areas in the Penkwasi area have been tarred, but due to the rains, work has stalled on some areas. Let me be quick to add that the Brekum Ring Road is also part of this project. The intended completion date is June 2023, and I'm sure that I will have the opportunity to again to show to the good people of Ghana the massive transformation this single project will have on our regional capital and its environs. The Department of Feeder Roads has been improving a total of 539.5 kilometer feeder roads network under the various periodic maintenance interventions across the district in the region. Some of the major roads undertaken include upgrading, that is tarring of Brekum Krasu Feeder Road 6.5, upgrading tarring of Botokrom Nchanchemem Abrikasu Feeder Road 11.35 kilometer, upgrading of Esiotiano Doma Akwamu Akontanim Feeder Road 10.70 kilometer, upgrading of Kofi Bedu Chrome Junction Duesidan Feeder Roads 5.50 kilometer. In addition to this effort, the municipal district assemblies in the region support the work of the departments in improving the state of the rural roads and urban access roads in our municipalities and district capitals. And thank you, my honorables. These roads constructions have improved greatly the socio-economic status of towns located along the various corridors. Transportation of farm produce from the farm gates to the various towns and cities across the country has ultimately improved and thus advancing the living standards of our very people. Air transport. Air transport. Now this one, I said, I think it's very fresh in our minds. that in March 2016, the operations at the Sunyani Airport was halted as a result of safety concerns caused by visible deterioration of the airport's airside pavement, runway, taxi link, and apron. The closure meant that travelers, especially those of the business community in the discharge of their socio-economic activities, could only travel in and out of the region by road. In October 2019, the government of Ghana and the Ghana Airports Company jointly funded the phase 1 of the airport rehabilitation project at a cost of 52.25 million Ghana cedis. I am happy to report that the airport is ready for use, and Passion Air is set to make its maiden flight on coming Monday, 19th September 2022. And I wish, Minister of Information, you join the team and then land on our land for you to have a feel of what's air flights. I mean, when it comes to air flight, the best one is coming to Bono, and for that matter, our capital. While the reopening of the airport will open up the economic growth potential of the region, as well as ease traveling time from Sunyani to Accra, which takes an average between 8 hours to 10 hours. We see this as an opportunity to promote eco and cultural tourism in the Bono region and beyond. And for that, we are very grateful, Mr. President. Discussions are far advanced on the phase 2 of the project, which will see a further extension of the runway as well as building of a new terminal, among others. Other transport infrastructure. Again, 3 municipal assemblies, namely Sunyani, Brekum East, and Doma, through the Ghana Secondary Cities Program, have undertaken key transport infrastructure, which includes walkways and pavements on the Sunyani Central Business District, along the main highway from Sunyani Senior High to the post office area. Also, street lights have been provided along the major roads to aid illumination for road users and also to serve as a security visibility tool. The construction of the ultra-modern transport terminal in Doma with construction and paving, 2-number waiting lounge, police post, ambulance bay, fire post, supply and installation of electricity, construction of 1-number 2-story building with 21 stores, 6 offices with 12 water closet facility, revenue post, and construction of a 1-number 14-seater WC toilet facilities and 6-number bathrooms. Health, Apomodin. If you have health, there's nothing that you can do. So, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, none here in present, health is another important sector where the region has chalked a lot of successes since January 2017. The available human resource data at the Regional Health Directorate shows that there has been significant improvement in the staffing levels of key medical professionals, thus impacting positively on the health delivery in the region over the last 6 years. In 2016, the doctor-to-population ratio was 1 doctor to 14,896 persons. Now the situation has changed a bit, as the report indicates 1 doctor to 10,395 persons. Midwife to women in fertility age. Population ratio also improved from 1 midwife to 1,502 persons in 2016 to 1 midwife to 372 persons in 2021. I think, yeah. So Dr. Amokodie and your people, Minister for Health, we thank you and we appreciate you. Look at the nurses, the doctors, pharmacists, physician assistants, biomedical scientists. There is improvement, but we believe that more can be added. It is heartwarming to indicate to you that a number of medical professionals were recruited and posted to the region between 2017 and 2022. 66 doctors, 3,337 nurses, 851 midwives, 14 pharmacists, 80 physician assistants, and 40 biomedical scientists. More room for improvement anyway. 48 health and health-related projects have been undertaken within the region by the government and its development partners. The municipal district assemblies have also complemented the efforts of the central government in providing community health initiative and planning services, CHIPS facilities, classrooms for nurses, institutions, construction and rehabilitation of hospital walls, among others. Agenda 111. The region is a beneficiary of 3 district hospitals under the Agenda 111 project in the following districts: Bekum West, Doma Central, and Sunyani West. Work has started in the Doma Central and Sunyani West municipalities, with work yet to begin at the Bekum West district. Health facilities completed: 60-bed hospital, 1; health center, 1; chiefs with accommodation, 17, and so total number 19. Just to mention a few of the completed projects are the construction of a 60-bed capacity hospital in Tyne district, construction of chiefs compound with staff accommodation at Kofiesua in the Doma municipality, and the construction of Benkasa Health Center in the Bekum West district. Most of these projects were started by some previous MMDCs and still being continued and supported by the current one. Yadi, at the Papa Owa, Ibetuaso de Bia. Education. No wonder today we have VCs, headmasters, headmistresses, teachers, and all of us, including me too. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the government of the MPP has undertaken massive infrastructural development in the education sector since 2017. You will recall that the introduction of this government's flagship free SHS program meant that there was the need to increase the infrastructure requirements to cater for the increased enrollment, which was unprecedented. It is gratifying to note that a total of 78 educational projects have been initiated and under implementation in the Bono Region. They include those undertaken by the 12 municipal district assemblies. It must be noted, however, that while some of these projects have been successfully completed, others are at various stages of completion. They include dormitories, libraries, classroom blocks, dining halls, administration blocks, staff quarters, science ICT centers, furniture, among others, for senior and junior high schools. And again, the universities, we have 2 public universities, STU, Sunyani Technical University, and UNE, University of Energy and Natural Resource. And the blocks, the infrastructure, if you go and see the marvelous, but whether marvelous or whatever, we still need more, because as we are giving birth and increasing in number, and the region is being attracted to many other people from all walks of life. And so if there's expansion increases, we believe that we can have more of these people to attend, and because the environment is serene, security-wise and everything, I believe when they come, they will have the sound mind to study and make good grades. A number of classrooms were built for some basic and senior high schools to help address these classroom deficits. Some of these schools are Sunyani Senior High 12-unit classroom block, St. James Seminary 6-unit classroom block, and Chenyamanfo SHTS 6-unit classroom block. It is important to mention that a regional science center, a resource center, is being built in Jine Senior High School in Bekum West for the advancement of science education. The table below shows the number of completed projects out of the 78 initiated projects as in the PowerPoint. And so 12-unit classroom blocks, 6 units, 3 units, 2-unit classroom blocks, making 50. To mention a few of the many projects completed are the dormitories block, constructed for Sunyani Senior High, 12-unit classroom block with auxiliary facilities. At the Sacred Heart Senior High, 6-unit classroom block at Insoko for Al-Huda Islamic School, 12-unit classroom dormitory. For Dumase SHS, 6-unit classroom for Bongase DA Primary at Banda, and many others. Vehicles and motorbikes. The Regional Directorate of Education has been allocated a Land Cruiser Prado as an official duty vehicle for the regional director. All the 12 municipal and district directors of education in the region have also been allocated with brand new Isuzu pickups for official duties. 81 school improvement support officers, CISOs, within the 12 municipalities and districts have also been provided with motorbikes to enhance supervision in the schools within their jurisdictions. 14 second cycle schools in the region received 32-seater Hyundai buses. Sunyani SHS, St. James Seminary and Senior High School, Sacred Heart SHS, Shra SHS, Manson SHS, and Drabo SHS have also been provided with a 60-seater capacity bus each. Bekum Presby Senior High School also received a 4x4 pickup vehicle. Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, provision of internet facilities. In ensuring that the ICT plays a pivotal role in education and educational administration, the Regional Education Directorate, as well as the municipal and district education officers, have been provided with wireless internet connectivity to aid in effective educational management. All the 37 second cycle schools, that's 35 SHTS and 2 TVET in the region, have also been provided with the free Wi-Fi internet connectivity to enhance effective teaching and learning. Girls in ICT training workshop, in line with the MPP government policy to ensure the promotion of computer literacy in basic schools, 500 student girls from the region were trained in ICT to help them match up with their male counterparts in the use of ICT tools in learning. Students who excelled during the training were given laptops. One Teacher, One Laptop initiative. The government in 2021 came out with the One Teacher, One Laptop initiative with support from the teacher unions to supply every teacher with a laptop to aid in effective and efficient lesson delivery in the classroom. A total of 2,951 laptops were supplied in 2021 to teachers in the 35 senior high technical schools and the 2 TVET schools in the region. BEC and WASI pass rates. There has been a significant improvement in the percentages of passes for both BEC and WASI core subjects in the region. This is due to teachers' commitment to work, their versatile ways of teaching, the intervention from the Regional Education Directorate, and the supply of textbooks and past examination questions supplied to students who help in their preparation for examinations. Bono Region was ranked second in the national standardized test organized for Class 4 pupils in April 2022. Model school at Kwasi Senior Technical School in Wenchi. And this school, I wish, anytime that any of you find yourselves in the Bono Region, visit the school to see things for yourself. My dream is that one day, that school can become a university, and to be our 3rd public university in the Bono Region. Model school at Kwasi, the government through the Ministry of Education has adopted the Kwasi Senior High Technical School in Wenchi as a model school for the region and had been upgraded accordingly. The magnificent transformation of the school is a testament of this government's resolve to ensure that access to quality education is available to all children, irrespective of where one finds himself or herself. Conclusion. Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that this platform has afforded us the opportunity to bring to the fore the numerous significant achievements of the MPP government in the region under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for the past 5.5 years. I must indicate that the period has been quite eventful and good for the region. The citizens of the region collaborated very well with the RCC and the assemblies as well as our development partners to achieve a lot for the region. The media played a focal role in the flow and dissemination of information to the general public on the achievements of government. We are very thankful to the press in the region for being effective collaborators Without flatter, we want to let the press know that we are very much appreciative of their role. It is our expectation that this close collaboration and partnership will be maintained and sustained in the coming years. Indeed, Bono Region is what I've presented to you. I'm sincerely grateful to you for your patience and time devoted to this forum. Thank you. God bless us all.
I think the minister deserves another round of applause. That was such a brilliant presentation, so insightful. I was really happy you took us on that journey. And for friends from the media and Ghanaians watching us at home, I believe you have your evidence that in the face of a global crisis, in the face of a global economic crisis, government is still committed to infrastructure developments. In the face of commitments towards social protection programs, and also ensuring that at the end of every month, public sector workers are paid. And indeed, we've even started paying COLA. In the face of all that, yes, government is so committed to infrastructure. It was so refreshing to note that in just a few minutes that Honorable Minister took us on this journey, I now know that if you go to Bono Region, if you don't know of anything at all, know that government has worked on the Menjibui Road, the Doma Nkrankwanta and Nkrankwanta Kasi Road, Doma Town Road, 16 kilometers asphalt overlay, Sunyane Town Roads, Doma Ahinkro Baby Aneha Road, Kofi Badukrom and Duasidan Road, and 27 critical drainage infrastructure projects have been completed. A round of applause to the Minister. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will take your questions. Our friends, if you have any question about the presentation or about Bono Region, this is the best time to ask. We may take 2 rounds of questions, depending on how many people have questions. I believe this was comprehensive enough, so maybe we will not see too many hands. But please, if you have a question, this is the best time to ask. If we see your hand, the microphone will be brought to you, your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Hello, John. And then, okay.
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben. As recent as last month, when the president was in the region to commission the airport, which you mentioned, the president of the Regional House of Chiefs, Nana Osajifo Siadeyo Ajimambedu II, made mention of some key road network that is very poor or that is very bad, that needed attention. He mentioned to the president. I wanted to just recap. I didn't hear you mention such road network in your presentation, and specifically, Nana Domahene mentioned Brekum Sampa Road, which he said it was very bad, and then that of Wenchi Badu Road, and then New Doma Chira. I didn't hear some of these roads in your presentation. Maybe you mentioned I didn't hear, so if you can make some clarification about that, why those areas are still an issue for travelers who trek on those routes. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the second.
My name is Agnes. I report for Chronicle. Please, you mentioned that chieftaincy and land disputes, as well as nomadic herdsmen activities, were some of the challenges you had when you took over. I would like you to throw light on it. Let us know what you've done in that regard. Thank you.
Okay. Please, any other question? If you have a question, this may be the last round, so please. Okay, Nana Poku.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Minister.
Good
I think you are so agile and very vigorous, and I like your poster because you are such an energetic woman. My first question, you said the Sunyane airport has seen the first phase of activity, and the second phase is going to be rolled out very soon. And so, you say it is complete for transportation to take place? Because if you have not finished the second phase, how then do you say that we can run? And then if somebody makes a political statement that if you don't do A, B, C, D in my town or district or whatever, we are going to vote against you. How do you take that statement? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
My name is Dolosen, Home-Based TV. I would like to know the armed robbery statistics in the region, because I know Bono Region has been facing that challenges. So I'll be very happy if the minister can tell us more about how the RECSEC is tackling that menace. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take one more if anyone has a question. Okay, please go ahead.
If I saw a friend in our chair Drew Angel TV, may a late mom, no fancy me, Timanti, na me person me bisa say airport no, apart from Mampany Diana, you could see Hona or commission, you know, the plane or the car, you know, apart from no plane for assign Akosunyai airport and I saying and a wholesome net here, may I say.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay. So we will go to Honorable Minister for her responses. Okay, so we'll now take Honorable Minister's responses.
Thank you so much. Even if I don't receive a question, it will be wonderful because I'm a teacher, and as after delivering, you should ask for questions. And when your students are able to ask questions and the teacher you're able to answer, it says indeed you have delivered. And so here I come. But those few that I'm not able to, I think I have my men supporting me, but I'll try my best. Yes, indeed, there are poor roads. There are poor roads in the region. I think I have about 4 district capitals who have never seen hotel, if nothing at all. German South, Sunyane West, German North, and other places. Then the almighty New Doma Yahima Shra Techiman Road. Yes. And so, yes, we are on course. As we speak, the controversial New Doma Yahima Road. And that's why I once told somebody, the day that road is fixed, I row in church in giving praise to the government and my God. And I believe that, like I told you, now the contractor is on site. The contractor is on site. I wish any of you can connect to the region now or ask or find out what is going on there. And so relax, we will do it. Okay? We will do it. And so all the district capitals, relax, we will do it. We are starting from 1, we'll get to 2, get to 3, isn't it? Years back, Doma, we didn't have asphalt. Today, you are being with smiles. There are asphalt. Breku, we didn't have. We are being with smiles, we have asphalt. So I want to assure you that with you supporting me and the government in breaking the 8, by the end of breaking the 8 and many other things, we will have all the district capitals, at least some few kilometers made of what? Asphalt roads. I believe you love that. Chieftaincy disputes. Baby, human as we sit here, you see me very healthy. But for you know, and so far as it's an institution, chieftaincy is an institution. Definitely, some people are born royals. Like I have all of you being royals. But a bunny a child, we really can't to be. No, be the tell the beer in course of whatever. Now, Kofa and Samba Kwanamid. But me, say, with the Nana Domahene in the chair as the regional House of Chiefs president. Now, with his background as a judge, law and everything. I'm paying for time the children. Me jidi say, omu putu omu homework, omu ye kakra. Nah, these disputes, no sooner than later, will be a thing of the past. That is my prayer. Also support me with the prayers so that we'll have a peaceful environment. Then when it comes to even the demarcation, and so for instance, you know, it was Brong Ahafo long time ago. Today, the Ahafo parted have gone, and part of Blue East is also gone. Now, today, be no crow back, like we mentioned, Cote d'Ivoire. If you go to Badu Krom, the one central chief, yes, in one of the communities, Badu Krom, one house, half is Ghana and half is Ivory Coast. If you're for Ghana, some of these things are there, but Madaroma, Mokami who did, and I'm also Adaroma, until I'm not here. They mean to them, I'm your solve. Tolabia is human understanding. Airports, yes, there have been some flights. Some are official, some are unofficial. If for nothing at all, last week Sunday, there was an official flight. And there have been about 3 or 4 times that you hear the sound. Private one, but I want to tell you, say, there are official, there are flights. But then if you want to enjoy it, like I said, what's about late? Shiamo Airport. Shiamo Airport. Now I am from a channel to me, Juada. Now I have Frako, sit now, Mansan, you say indeed. Sinyana Airport, about Abetnas. Yet passion effort as him. This other bodies. Mom, to say, Monka come now playing Kran, and Toby. Now, if you use Sunya Airco, if you Sunya Airco and Grand Quantanum, the Domano idea, Yam Rebre, Madame Wasipa. Government will make our efforts to satisfy every aspect of a problem. Now, so, Yamobu boy, Obinia school, Obenya hospital, Obianya Nsio, Obenya BBB. Yen Twin Chenin now Pudium farm all the 12 districts at a go. And then Kaban can come Babu Jane. And until Sawo and I be Nsio some Sabria near the amount. When I saw the acquire nurses, young with ya, Kakra near the amount, be Jilly say, the head Dayara, a bedroom so. There are deficits when it comes to development. However, what should you say? Yeah, to say in transit. Now I want to tell you, say all the things that we showed, you can find some of them in each of the 12 districts. Started shaking, armed robbery. Yes, there are. But there are certain things people would describe it as armed robbery. Some of them are thievery. Obi kotu obi bancha na oti obi nkontomira. Obi kra odin say owia. Subconsciously and run on communalism. So do on so what thing control what thing meko ba ko bi kotwina bomu. But you will interpret it as chrono or robbery or what have you. Mean to nka say armed robbery asem bia nko so there. Even though as we stand here I don't have the data, but the person can say my reseg, my musec, my dissect are on course. Na me gidi say madaroma. Mo sa atwe abia sisi be san atwe. Mo ba bua yen ama with Ministry of Information. Mo san dom ye oni unua no Ministry of Mama Isla Ministry ono communication. Nanki ye de small gadgets are yetimi de etie call. There are some areas they don't have access to calls. This assembly crazy oni obi a obetimi afre amana ba ba gino. Mo bua yen a bi gidi say obetimi ayo ama no aye kama. Yes, like I said, other aircraft have come. Some of them are not official, some are official. Question be what man sanka. Yo herdsmen. Yes, and then she is someone no. I don't dear a hard dream. The kind you know because we say Sunyana West. Brokum, Midin. Yes. Fulani some Fulani aye nipano. Nembom ayanenchie no na no mo wasam. Emfa wo nantwie because yen ye akuafo ye afuo mu no ba bebre ti se wo ye wo nantwie na ba bia me mafuo won na wo ba sonko me bayre e de majapade wo masase so dia on se na akoye bibie ho na no nyame adom musec dissect in collaboration with resec akaboma ye pe a lasting solution me say na nam so tie achi and we have a lasting solution na to da bia ye kanana say yen kwa just 1 month it doesn't reach far. Until ye can't run na Eastern region. Meboa. Nang nka na ye obi ayi nani. Ene Bono region. Region bi ayi nani. But ye nyina ye kabomwa. It is a national issue. Let us look at it from that holistic point of view. Yes, sir. Bono, the basket region. Hana munyina mudidie no. Mo ahwe na so mo say e bayre ne yemfudie na kombede 1983 kono so no ye hia bi e wo Ghana biem. Meda wase.
Please, if you have any follow-up question, we'll take that. Okay, Nana.
Yes, Madam, you did mention that your region is a food basket for the country. Fair enough. And when the regional minister came here, he did mention that they have a problem with preservation of the food because the roads are very bad, and so the food gets rotten. And so what are you doing with respect to maybe agro-processing or things like that in the region so that we may not get to that level where a lot of food starts to go waste or bad?
Okay, thank you for the question. Please, if anyone has a follow-up question, we'll take it. If not, I take this to be the last question. We'll take the response from the Honorable Minister and also her final remarks.
I thank you for the questions. Yes, indeed, and it is true that the food basket is Bono Region. But you are mentioned of preservation. Yes, I know correct. Last week Wednesday, you know we have Wednesday market in Sunyane, Nanabosma market. Chiama wo ni nyina. Na me koto mangoes bapa me koto mango me kodu ye se me enan 30 cities na me ye sei na wana msifrika ni madwe me se bia me te madaro maka na mo de ma me te ka mu nti na wo hwe ka no agbo me bo na me siye na me nante ko manu am sa ko bisa bia osesa se mango no ekọ na me ka mango ya ose enan 30 cities no about 2-3 weeks ago na mango no kentema was about 10 cities. Say they processing and preservation. Madaroma, anything another Danko Kufado in his wisdom and then the government, technology, yeah, Pajamuno, and no near eco school, yeah, arsenal, yes, yeah, champion. And it's about science and technology. I think it's one of the ways by which Penyinfo in collaboration with Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Bekabum Abwa, Amma, yes, how to preserve well and enough. No wonder the government, in collaboration with other individuals, 1D, 1F, Ubesunyani say, a processing precursor. In Susa, when I talk about Susa, why you read that Maria Cho, they do a young coin when Martin Waya, can you appreciate the Susa and many other things? And on this Hanyama when yet me near preservoir, a woman a bunch, you have a woman, you have a talk after the ye by betting a preservoir and a flour. And many other things that we can preserve for future use. So even if you come to Brekum, close to Jinejine, we have the tomato factory, Wadi tomato factory. Papa, he's doing wonders. I'm sure there be other. As so you so. Nanam said it is localized in Tino. Say a quadromua. What you must say, so on your line, no price, no. Yet me a toby. Na abrini abribian so nto sunubi so ewo ho. There are so many silos also being built in the region. Yeah, preserve cereals and grains. Na believe say ni nyina so bia de yo. Ne mo se wadaroma. Me gina ha ya mo hwa me ya me gina ho bono na ehwa me die. Obi biara o pepa. One of the cleanest environments, serene towns. Bono Region. Wo de obi bi be hyem na so airport ya daroma ebe atufa wana no aduri die. Mese se mo mabie factory ni si bi mayen. Na ye mabunu no a wo sa won fifire wa afom adwuma nya akonom we san se o tin fifire a eso mfaso on ebeboa ama nipa nyina so that we can preserve some of these things. Me jiri say mo beboa ama mfidi dwuma so aba bebre. Here we have maize market at Mantukwa ene Odumase ene de keke ka ho. Me jiri say if you're able to preserve and preserve nana technology boaye wadaroma and now to me and recycle you turn around some of these things cashew so wadaroma. So we say when we talk about Bono, it's about cashew and poultry. Now when what can cashew the and say now poultry so minister don't me but the minia kwana minia penny minia keta oh good because Bono is poultry. Now poultry industry maize some and then baby yes me and Kuwait me and Kahwani and so Kuwait when a wheat brand iba me de boafra fra nema e de ma yankoko yi e ho so na ekwan yasie yi enti yankoko Ukraine Ukraine no nko na Kuwait no nko eni factory na bibo yeah so Mr. Mwada monnom ka ye ho na mo fa ncheme is Ukraine na yenya na your poultry industry no. I was telling a group of people, if you go to Doma Enclave baby Bono mantamu sabi Mr. Meka and someone ni any wapa back is Bono Doma district. Why? Almost about 70% of the people who live there are into this poultry processing and what have you. But because of maize hones and some year and go be Mr. Maboy. Now when we talk about poultry, nkosua wudi ni mudi ade nyina fresh nkokɔ ne ade nyina me ba ya mienu kura wo mekai mu thanks to me MC Doma o ma me nkokɔ du sa me ba me fa mama mafo mu say indeed ye nti ewura ye ne apie na wa me ntama edu mo so mo ya ba aduasa na aye yi ani nkosua ye de ba nyame nhyia mo papa me da mo ase na me giri se me nua mo so etie ye nyina ye nkamom ye mfa odo. We should support the system and find out where you are coming from. We should not politicize everything. Say you know kabom see be yo o suffer na me suffer. I think Bono Region for that Ghana nyina no e betum pon ama bibia e kan e da mase.
It's Honorable Minister's smile and presentation so infectious that you would wish we could do this the whole day. And most importantly, the fact that she mentioned what the tomato processing factory in Brekum and another processing factory in Sunyani and silos that through collaboration with the government and private sector have been able to put up in the region. But her energy and goodwill is to show all investors that if you are willing to invest in Bono Region, you have the best team on the part of government and policymakers to be able to achieve whatever you want to put there and have the goodwill of them to help you make it easy for you to establish a factory in the region. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ministers, Nananom, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time to join us this morning. Today it was all about infrastructure, health and education, and I know we will get the opportunity to do this again, hopefully in the region, so that we will have more like a town hall style and have a lot of participation and a lot more questions. So thank you so much for making time today, and we hope to do this again. Thank you for coming.
should come to Rwanda. This is the reason why you should hike this mountain. This is the reason why you should see this animal. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently live at the Volcanoes National Park and we are going to be seeing the mountain gorillas. This is the main reason why I came to Rwanda and I'm super excited. I'm going to experience this with you. The view behind me is so beautiful. I'm imagining hiking to the top and seeing the gorillas. I hope you're excited just as I am. I'm going to take you along and yeah, we are currently here. We are going to have some coffee before we start the hike. So I'm going to take you along. I know you're super excited just as I am. So let's go guys.
My name is Beck. B-C-K. So I'm going to be your guys. We are going to share the best experience for them.
Woo! We are super excited.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna make it the best out of everybody.
The mountain gorillas are endemic species only here in that place. They have two different natural habitats. So there is one population of mountain gorillas which is located in the Virunga Massif. Virunga Massif, it's a big forest which is bordering 3 different countries, Rwanda, Congo, Uganda. So one side it's in Rwanda, we have Volcanoes National Park. Then behind it's in Congo, there is Virunga National Park. Then another side is in Uganda, there is Mugahinga Gorilla National Park.
Gotten to the starting point and guess what, it's raining. That is why the raincoat was needed, so I'm so glad I rented the raincoat. So we're about to start. I have this cloth just to keep me this is not waterproof, but then I mean at least my hair and my my top doesn't get wet. I'm super excited about it. I'm really excited. This is my first time experiencing something like this and I think everybody should if you can. Yeah, so yeah, thank God for this. I can put my phone and my camera. So yeah, we're about to start and I'm going to take you along. This is how it looks like from here. Let me show you guys. This is the sticks we are going to use to hike because it's going to be a very tedious hike and yeah, I think this is going to be my most difficult hike. Yeah, because from what I hear and what they say about this experience, this is our tour guide. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, Drew. Hi, Kalite. Are you all excited? Yeah, everyone.
The communities living around the park. So among the communities, we have the porters. The porters are the people who help the tourists to carry the bags. Okay. So that's why you see the team of the people standing there. So if you need some of them,
they can help us.
Yes, they can help you.
Good. Okay. This experience is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board and it costs about $1,500 per person. So he's estimating 2 hours hike because of where the gorillas are currently and I'm super excited about this. Let's go guys.
The crops you see here with the white flowers, we call them pilethro. So we make insecticides.
This is the plant. It's super cold and I literally need like some breath on my hands so I can feel fresh. We have just started. We've done about 10 minutes of walk and we are still on. This is my team members. Everybody is excited to see the gorillas. Hi, Amina. Amina is from Morocco. Hi, Jocelyn. We are all super excited. So the military have their helicopters around for just in case of an emergency. There are a lot of groups. We are just one of the groups. For people who can't walk for long hours, they have taken them to the shortest route. But we are using the longest route because we wanted to have a full experience of everything. This is how it looks like here. Sorry. Second stop and everybody's just chilling and sitting. Yeah. Look at the shed. Bye bye. at the little boy in there. Bye. How long do you think we are going to see the gorillas?
From here?
Yeah.
2 hours.
2 hours from here?
Yes.
I thought we have done almost 30 minutes already.
Yes.
Wow. The search begins. Let's go, guys. We have finally entered the jungle and we're about to start the real hike. We have spent about 30 minutes, but the guide says you have about 2 hours to find the gorillas.
This is the forest already. This is the natural habitat for the gorillas. So, before to meet the gorillas, I would like to tell you how you're going to behave here in the forest and in front of the gorillas. I told you, apart from the gorillas, here we have the other animals like buffaloes and elephants. So you know they are not friendly animals. That's why from here we have one pack ranger who has the gun. So it's here for ourselves. In case we meet the buffaloes or elephant, he can scare them using the gun. It's not allowed to leave any rubbish in the forest. You keep everything in your bags. Also, it's not allowed to take anything from the forest, like fruits, flowers, or other things. So, once we be nearby the gorillas, I will give you the time to be prepared. I will show the place where you leave your walking sticks and your backpacks. We have to leave our sticks behind because still now the gorillas are having the bad memory of poaching problems. So many years ago, the poachers used the spears to hunt them. That's why in case we take the sticks to the gorillas, you can disturb them. So, after leaving the sticks and our backpacks, we meet the gorillas. Of course, we take your cameras, then we meet the gorillas. So with the gorillas, we stay 1 hour. That's maximum time. The end of 1 hour, we leave them. Because in case we stay more than 1 hour, it can stress them. So, with the gorillas, we stay together. We keep a tight group. And you take pictures for them, but don't use flash. Flash camera scare the gorillas. To eat,
Flashlights.
to eat, to drink with the gorillas, it's not allowed. You can do that before or after leaving them. Then, it's not good to point the gorilla with the fingers like that. Because when you point them like this, they think you have something in your hands, you want to throw to them. So don't point at them. But eye contact, no problem. You can facing them, even the silverback. The distance we have to keep from to the gorillas, we keep 10 meters. But sometimes it's not easy to keep a good distance because of the type of the vegetation. Sometimes the vegetation where it's too much dense, you can reduce it to be a distance. Also, the most of the time, that distance can change because of the behavior of the gorillas. Because the gorillas, they are more friendly to humans, so they don't mind to come close to us. In case the gorillas come close to us, what we do, we have to move back slowly, then we make sure that we have good distance. In case the gorillas come to us using the same way we are, what we do, we have to go to one side, we give it away, then the gorillas come to us. In case the gorillas come to you to touch you, it's happening often. To touch you, to grab you like this, or to kick you. So that is always a friendly interaction. That means, in that case, please don't be scared. It's normal behavior. They do that for fun.
Good.
But for you, you are not allowed to touch them back, of course.
Okay. Don't touch them back.
For the silverback and other big boys, they are always more confident. They want to show you how strong they are. Sometimes they come to you, they beat on the chest, they break some big trees, or making the big noise. I know it's scary, but in that case, what you do, it's not allowed to run away, because when you run away, immediately it can follow you. So what do? You crouch down, you submit like this, and then you talk to them.
Wow. What do I say? Hello.
You speak good language.
What's their language?
We are practicing how to make. Let's all go.
One exciting thing the guide mentioned to us is the fact that when the gorillas eat the sprout of bamboos, they get drowned, so they can be more hyper. But then he's very sure about their behavior, so whenever they behave as such, he's going to let us know and know how to behave, just as he has shared with us earlier on. So yeah, it's so muddy, and this is how it looks like from here. Look at the very beautiful view, and down here is down the valley, and yeah, it's quite a steep valley. Look at the view from here. We are currently high above sea level. That's the township over there. It's so foggy, it's difficult to tell. How far are we from the gorillas?
This is the halfway.
Halfway?
Yes.
So we still have more than an hour to go, because it looks like we are not finding.
This forest is the oldest national park in Africa. Has been created in 1925, because the gorillas here were identified for the first time in 1902 by a German. So after a few years, in 1925, the king of Belgium decided to create this forest as the first national park in Africa, just for gorilla conservation purpose.
Currently having a snack break and a water break, so yeah, you're all invited. Cheers, guys. Cheers. We are having banana and cupcakes as snack. This snack is well needed. The tour guide says we should avoid this plant because if it touches your skin, it's going to eat you. Visibility here is currently very poor, so I'm not going to allow this thing touch my skin, but it can touch my dress. So look, so foggy here. So we are currently here. We are not supposed to talk too much, and we've seen one, but we need to get close to them. We are supposed to wear nose masks because of COVID, and yeah. But before hiking, we all did our COVID test, but then we all have to protect ourselves. This is our local guide. Hello. Look at the gorilla.
Can I see the camera? Yes, you can.
This year is the silverback, which is the leader of the group. They tend to develop a silver section of hair over their back and hips from 12 years old. So guys, he's currently eating. So guys, we've seen about 5 gorillas. This is a reason why you should come to Rwanda. This is a reason why you should hike this mountain. This is a reason why you should see this animal. I've seen it from there for the first time and I'm really happy. I'm overwhelmed. Like, guys, they are so beautiful and wow, it's just like we see on TV, just like we see in Nigeria, just like we see on YouTube. Like, I get to experience it, and this experience, mwah. Thank you, Rwanda Development Board. So, we are currently searching for more families here. So, yeah, this is how it's going here. No, there's somebody there. How old do you think that he is? 2 years. 2 years. Oh, okay. So this particular one is a very young one, and he's really enjoying. He's been eating for some time now. Oh, I just spotted another one here. Oh, it's so foggy. It's so difficult to see. Sorry. Come up. This is the bigger one. He's coming here. I'm really happy I was able to do this. This is yeah, this is how I look now. My shoes are so dirty everywhere and I'm so wet, but then I was able to see them, which makes me so happy, which makes my dream come true, which makes all the things I see on TV a reality. This is an amazing experience. Everything that has a beginning definitely has an end. This brings us to the end of the hike, and the most difficult part is hiking down, which is going to take another 2 hours to do. So yeah, we are hiking down the forest and it's so slippery, but then I feel so much fulfilled because I was able to see them in their natural habitat. This is something you won't get to see. The only countries you can see them is Rwanda,
Congo, and where?
Uganda.
And Uganda. So these are the only 3 countries. So when you want to experience the gorilla hiking, please make it a point to come to Rwanda. This is a place. This experience is nice. Yeah, even though it's nice, it's difficult. It's the most difficult thing I've done in my life, my entire life. Look at how the ground looks. I really appreciate the tour guys. You guys are doing amazing. Cheers. Cheers. Remember when we got here, you could see the view, but look at how it's so foggy now. It's really steep. We finally made it to the wooden bridge where we started. I've never been this excited to see a wooden bridge in my life. This experience, wow, is not for the faint at heart. But is it worth it? A big yes. A very big yes. You guys remember when we started? There was no fog here. But look at now. Everywhere is foggy. And yeah, it feels as though we are in the clouds. I'm sure when we descend the mountain to the start point, I mean this is basically the trail start point, but down there is where the offices are, so we are going there. And yeah, I'm super excited. I was able to make it because it's not a joke at all. So guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed hiking on top of this mountain, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here. Until next time on my next video, right here sorry, right here for Rwanda. Super cold. I love you all. Until next time, I want to say mwah.
Ghana faced Brazil in a pre-World Cup friendly on Friday, and so on this episode of Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV, we are going to ask some Ghanaians on the street what their expectations are and also gather their predictions for the match. For you watching, you can leave your prediction down below in the comment section, as well as like the video and share. My name is Emmanuel Enin. Let's go gather some opinions. So we are talking about the Ghana-Brazil friendly on Friday, and it promises to be a cagey encounter and an interesting one. So I have some Ghanaians here who will be sharing their thoughts on the match. Boss, Ghana and Brazil, what are match in the say?
Oh well, I think Brazil will score Ghana, but me Ghana, I think Brazil will score Ghana. Yeah, sure.
Ghana squad,
yeah, squad is good, but not good enough. Say Brazil squad now, Brazil squad. I think say this World Cup no cry no, be winning. Until this squad need I think say Brazil squad like 5 cry.
5-0.
Oh sure.
Prediction?
Yeah, I have to be sincere. Me Ghana, me say me sincere because squad now they don't me Brazil form. Yeah.
Because also Osei and Brazil, but Ujiri say no current team Brazil.
And then no current, then I join. But Brazil team say 5 that. Omu team say 5. If say Brazil, omu team from keeper to strikers, omu be senior. By 5 party. Also Ghana, yani Brazil here, yani more than. Oma say I think say 206 no say 3. The last time boy 1-0 no say. But I think say friendly match with a good GF for my idea say I mean the Brazil and a bought match. And boy I'm ya ho dia e betun ja World Cup no operation no etimi afi even Croatia ni Brazil bo ni timi nya draw kra group ni o mu no e bebo mu hu Portugal e bebo mu hu South Korea even Uruguay e bebo mu hu and the friendly match here e pa so much friendly match oh prediction dey on be say even it will be like 2-1 against Ghana.
It's one never Ghana.
Brazil will score Ghana 2-1.
One never Ghana go.
Ghana go. I think it's Kudus Mohammed. He's on the star boy.
Man, was only on the Macabre. Now, match no soon is it.
Domo Canadian. The Ukraine no more can. But to me point of view, and I'm your opinion there, Ghana baby. At me, what GDS Ghana beat myself one go. I made the ball upon. Sana me GDS trem. Domo Cano. Mean do much near baby. I got squad at Brazil one. Ghana ye nibi. The crab I could pay. But see, ye are you fine. See a Bono. Oh, baby. Oh, Ghana baby.
1-0
for real. Ghana baby.
One measure Ghana baby.
I know they will be at me say. If you keep a rabbit my close in the entire cancer, will be a bit much ago. Will be a sad. The answer Ghana. You're winning. The action. What I say, Ghana baby.
So he says Brazil will beat Ghana 5-0, and to my right, this gentleman also believes that Ghana can lose with a slim margin, maybe 2-1, also with Kudus Mohammed getting Ghana goal. But the man at my extreme left says Ghana will win by a long goal 2-0. Ghana and Brazil about Friday. Who is the match never say?
Oh, me say Ghana versus Brazil because Ghana. Ghana ni so be mean to me and to me crew and entering ko support you bi ana me the film me wo any hope me wo Ghana mu esi no esi Ghana team na gina likely say Ghana bit match Brazil bit match on be 2-1 correct score to be twa bet bi am ko twa correct score
Ghana goes one never say
oh Ghana go striker Jordan between the Ashe ball the game Sarah say be able to defender creating be say goal keeper crowd between say goal Ghana go oh Brazil team no there me so be because Ghana aim promote na Sarah say we are not boy strong. And the team is so it's likely Ghana versus Brazil.
So this gentleman believes that Ghana will beat Brazil come Friday. So still on the Ghana-Brazil game, I have my next guest on the show. Boss Ghana and Brazil and a game man Kofosi and what they be say Brazil, be say Brazil be 60. Who is the game never ko say?
Oh, Ghana and Brazil match. Nyame Friday. Brazil for no maybe. Eyoma when Eyoma ni just Eyoma ni Black Star den ebebo sene hu ni say Brazil team ni so sin enti no be shen be season Brazil for crowns wo mani gim so mo ni ebebo nsi enti ai no man na efirum me fa didie ni ani gebi eni o man na chinia o mbe ye o man no bia no Black Star ni Brazil enye easy e bo mu tunnel bro aya na me wo ye show mu 2-0 Black Star first goal Kudus o ye first goal mo mu twabet mu twani first half in Black Star mu twani ska kese it is so what your man mu na uni gidie say Black Star be win Friday match na bro and kata no nkobi because I hope say Friday the Ghana e win 2-0
Kudus first goal na one be second
the second goal no assist no so ba come Kudus na but Patins will go assist no Kudus na be me ji Kudus ji ono no so ye Black Star di o je man ni di to me Friday Black Star will win the match.
Okay. So he is very confident that Black Stars will beat Brazil with Kudus Mohammed getting a goal and assist with Ghana winning 2-0.
Media Brazil best Ghana because he team mu free tete. Every say Brazil no do ho. Say Ghana afa ni so ye be de ye ho de ya ni wo mu nyi do ho. Because place ya Ghana afa no me menya film kakran bad. Brazil for the over. Who cross over from the woman didn't know order that. It is a Ghana by your Mudia. When you show Musapo and I mean, what you Brazil empty. Sajidian war Brazil mono. Sagana, when you Muyadia and you almost woman you don't. Cause Brazil, woman, the whole world kura no di mu akotene di Ghana sa mo be se Brazil dia ene mu fomo esi ni de mo tatis ni de mo mani yeye na me de me ta Brazil achi bi Ghana ni
it is no measure Ghana o measure say
o metma bombe 2-1 that means Ghana who film so kakra ti yiro ho na me mu ta Brazil achi na sa go so sa Ghana that means when you abre that means we are Ghana ni so we are Brazil na me Brazil be Ghana 2-1 that means Ghana ma prigo amamu.
Okay, so that's his prediction. He believes that could beat Ghana by 2-1 because Brazil is Brazil, but he believes that yes, Ghana can challenge